board meeting of June 20, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, Danielle, please.
President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Vice President Mrs. Say, Clerk Mr. Nishii, Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Report out on closed session items. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release evaluation, superintendent's evaluation, and one matter; conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA; public employee appointment, organizational update, administration, and student discipline, deliberation on student readmission after expulsion, case 2223-3, and deliberation on student expulsion, case 2223-11. Public comments, I don't see any. Does anybody know of any public comments? None? Okay, may I have a motion to move to closed session?
So move.
Eugenio, second.
Second, Eugenio? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Board is back in open session. May I have a motion, please?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those of you in the audience, please silence your cell phones if you have them. The closed session report out tonight. In closed session, the board discussed the following: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, superintendent's evaluation, and one matter. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Public employee appointment, organizational update, administration. May I have a motion and a second pursuant to Education Code Section 48916 that the board approve readmission of student number 2223-3 for the fall 2023 semester based on finding that he has fulfilled his rehabilitation plan and has completed the readmission process?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. May I have a motion and a second based upon the board's review in closed session of the findings of fact and recommendations submitted by the administrative hearing panel? The board accepts the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel to expel in student expulsion 2223-11 based on violation of Education Code Section 48900C. The board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel. Actually, those are our options. So the first one is to expel. Danielle, roll call, please.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Abstain.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you very much. Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Yenyo, will you lead us, please, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Yenyo. Approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 20, 2023?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 5, 2023?
So moved as amended?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Board of Education President's Report. Just a few items for tonight. I had the honor of attending 10 graduations a couple weeks ago, and it really was nice to go to elementary school, middle school, high school, and even the Bridges program and see 4 graduates from there. It was a special week, and I'm really thankful to accept 3 high school classes. I went to a performance at Edwards Park by Nixon Academy students, visited the Cerritos Chinese School, met with the Cerritos High School Aquatics boosters. I want to make a notification to the public that we are looking for a trustee from area number 7, which is Hawaiian Gardens, and applications will be accepted through this Friday, which we will then in turn do interviews, I believe, on June 27th. There's information on our website. And finally, I want to wish all of our families, staff, and students a happy summer break. Enjoy your vacations and time with your families. Superintendent's report. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. So just like Mr. Beach and many of us went to a number of promotions and graduations, I was able to attend Elliott and Gonsalves promotions, the Carmenita Middle School promotion, and then I was at the Bridges program celebration, as well as Tracy High School graduation, adult school graduation, and Gar High School graduations. This past week, I was able to attend the ABC Education Foundation Executive Board meeting and enjoyed my time with them, as well as this past Friday, spending a full day with Cabinet, reviewing just our structures and processes to ensure that we are setting things up to best help support our school sites for the academic good of our students. In terms of today, we did our initial meeting and getting ready for the fall, and our Parent Leadership Academy and revamping that to help our families better know what's available to them early in the school year and provide supports that they need. As part of the close of the year, We did do some communication with our employee groups in regard to retro pay and the fact that we are in a space where LACO will not allow us to start that process until middle of July. So we're doing our best to work and prepare so that staff is ready to hit the ground running when the window opens. And our goal will be to work through each group as quickly as we can and process them as quickly as we can. As we close the month of June and move toward the end of this month, I'll be doing some work at the California Labor Management Initiative with our ABCFT partners presenting there. I have meetings scheduled with the AXA Region 14 superintendents just to check in on local area things that are happening, as well as a meeting with the California Department of Education on the new Prop 28 funds for the arts and how those can be used. So I'll be busy, busy, busy.
All right, thank you. Now from the employee representative groups, I believe from ABCFT, we have Ruben Mancias.
Thank you. Good evening, President Beach, Superintendent Zitlo, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and all employees and community members, both present and watching from home. I'm Ruben Mancias, a resource specialist teacher and chief negotiator for the ABC Federation of Teachers. Today is June 20th. The 2022-2023 school year is over. Congratulations to the many students who successfully completed their grade level, and especially to our graduating members of the class of 2023. I want to thank Vice President Say and Superintendent Zitlo for attending the Tracy High School graduation ceremony. Teachers and nurses have had a long, responsibility-filled school year, but when you literally see the tears of pride on a parent's face when their student receives their diploma, it's a reminder of just how significant all of our work is, and it inspires us to get ready to do it again the next year. It's the cyclical nature of this calendar that I've come to address this evening. ABCFT and ABCUSD negotiated a salary and benefits agreement, as well as an updated master contract this past year. The negotiating team bargained with the district team in good faith, and we were able to come to an agreement that our membership ratified in February and that this board voted to approve in March. It's a good deal. We should be proud of it. Our members first saw the new raise in their April checks, and this was in part due to the timeliness of all parties to help expedite the process, and that was appreciated. The off-schedule portion of the agreement was dispersed on June 1st, as teachers were getting ready for the end of the school year and completing their final grades. But, as Dr. Zitlo just noted, the retro portion of the raise has yet to be completed. Teachers and nurses received a communication from payroll on June 9th that due to issues with LACO and staffing challenges in the Fiscal Services Department, there was not yet a timeline for when members could expect to receive their check, and that a more definitive date could be shared in August. My concern is that teachers and nurses return to their first day of the 2023-2024 school year on August 10th. Many of them will be participating in the voluntary professional development days that begin on August 8th. Many members have expressed to me with justification that their reasonable expectation was that they be compensated for their work during the 2022-2023 school year before they begin work for their next one. This is a hardship for many of our teachers and nurses. Just as declining enrollment is a real number with real consequences, so is inflation and rising cost. Members and their families are depending on this retro check. And let me be clear, we are not talking about a bonus of any kind or something that is somehow extra. It is a bargained component of their compensation package that they voted on and that the board approved in March for 2022-2023. In effect, this retro check is for the work that they did the first 7 months of the last school year. I am hopeful regarding the district communication that noted that overtime is being offered for all staff to help process these retro checks. Thank you for providing meaningful solutions to address the real urgency of this situation. And so I come here tonight to speak to this urgency. ABCFT members are reasonable and professional, but they deserve to see that our shared agreement is indeed a priority. They don't want to feel taken for granted, and we never want the appearance that the partnership allows for complacency. So, an emergency, all-hands-on-deck approach is what I'm advocating for regarding these retro checks. Our teachers and nurses should be compensated for their exemplary work during the 2022-23 school year as soon as possible. Every week, every day earlier that these checks can be processed is significant, both in a practical and symbolic sense. As I stated earlier, I believe our salary agreement is something we should all be proud of. Our agreement is a win. Let's please not end up letting it feel like a loss. Thank you.
Mr. Mancias, thank you for your comments, and you have my word and the superintendent's word, I believe, that we will get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you. Public comments. Clerk Nishii.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located at the table at the door and place it in silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour. Any speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each, and they will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Do we have any? Oh, we don't. So apparently we don't have anybody to talk after all that.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, we'll move on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Nishi.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any items or have any questions answered before we vote?
I think all my questions were actually answered in advance, so thank you very much for that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Timed item, California School Dashboard Local Indicators. Dr. Castro.
Good evening. As the screen is coming down, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a background in regards to the California School Dashboard Local Indicators. The local indicators is a component of the dashboard that actually the district gets to decide the components that are on this indicator. The other components of the dashboard include the CASP math scores, our A through G rates, our graduation rates, our chronic absenteeism. But this portion of the dashboard is regarding the local metrics that we decide to use. And for many of these, we use teacher surveys, student surveys, parent surveys, as well as our own local benchmarks and looking at our student information systems for information. So what I'm going to present to you this evening is the California School Dashboard Local Indicators, what will be printed for the 23-24 school year based on our current reflection and analysis of the 22-23 school year. These local indicators are in the following categories. First, it's the basics, our teachers, instructional materials, and facilities, reporting to the public our status on that. Next is the implementation of academic standards, and this has to do with the professional learning and support we provide our teachers. Next is parent and family engagement, so we'll review some of the data and related to that. We also have our local climate survey that measures our staff and student connectedness as well as safety. And then access to a broad course of study, which really looks at how our students have access to A through G courses or college and career type of courses that would help them in their post-secondary options. So for the first local indicator regarding basics, our teachers' facilities and instructional materials, you can see here that our local results in each of these categories are very high. Our California Teaching Credentialing Report is 99% highly qualified, same as last year. Williams Instructional Materials, 100%, And then Williams facilities inspection, 100%. For the 99%, as we've talked about before, we still have struggles with staffing since we have a shortage of teachers across the nation as well as across California. Although our teachers are qualified to be in the classroom as substitutes, they may not all be qualified in their specifically credentialed area. For the next few, the state gives us a self-reflection tool that we need to use in order to report out our information. And so what you see in front of you now is the actual indicators that are going to be used to describe our district's progress. You can see when we have a 1, that's exploration and research phase, basically meaning we're just starting that process, all the way to 5. You can think of 5 as full implementation and sustainable, meaning we've been doing that for years and we keep just improving and progressing forward with that. So again, 1 means that we're just starting the process, whereas 5 means you're fully implemented and moving along in the process. So here we are with our next area, the implementation of academic standards. And this particular measure is looking at surveying our teachers about their implementation of the state standards. You can see here for all of our areas, we are at full implementation. However, in the area of science, our teachers have rated us at initial implementation, meaning that across the board that they feel that there needs to be more work with supporting and implementing the science standards in the classroom. And that, remember, these surveys are a combination of TK all the way to 12. The next area is the implementation of programs to help support staff in delivering that instruction. So that could be things like providing coaching support, collaboration time, or classroom walkthroughs. You can see here again that in all areas except for science, we have full implementation. Again, we have seen improvements from the last year to this year, and those improvements were in ELD, science, and math. But as you can see, we still have some work to do to make sure that our teachers are feeling supported with these various ways of supporting instruction in the classroom. Next in this area, support for teachers and administrators specific to professional learning. So the questions that were asked were, is the district supporting and identifying professional learning needs on the whole? Is the district supporting and identifying professional learning needs of the individual teacher? And then supporting for teachers in the standards they yet have not mastered. So as you can see here, we're rated at initial implementation. If you think about the numbering, that's at a 3 level, so that we're constantly looking at how we can improve and move towards full implementation. And events like our August 8th and 9th Summer Professional Learning are designed to help support teachers in the areas that they want to customize their learning. So this specific event on 8th and 9th is we have our teachers, our nurses, our EDP teachers, child development teachers as well. And although we have sessions, we do not assign teachers the sessions. They get to actually select the sessions based on what they feel their learning needs are and based on their subject areas as well. All right, so now we're going to talk about parent and family engagement. Every year we give out this California School Parent Survey, and this parent survey is used to measure parent and family engagement in the following areas. In the area of building relationships between school staff and families, building partnerships for student outcomes, and seeking input for decision making. I'm happy to report, as you can see in the fine print, that we actually had a 110.5% increase in respondents from the prior year. So our principals, our school site administrators really did a push to make sure that our families responded to the survey, because as you know, the more survey respondents we have, the more it provides a holistic picture of our district. And you can see the increase for sure in elementary. I mean, I even heard about principals standing in the parking lot, you know, with a QR code sign, making sure parents, you know, took that picture of the QR code to make sure that the parents took that survey. Because it can be a little, this survey is a little longer because it asks several questions in each of these areas. But I'm happy to say that we had a huge increase. We still have more work to do for sure. Overall, of the 18,588 students, it's still only a 30% response rate, but it's much higher than it was the prior year. In the prior year, we had a 14% response rate. All right, so I'm going to, for this next section, because I want to make sure that we're addressing our, you know, our parents and community's needs, You'll see this presented in two ways. In the way that I showed you the teachers, where you can see the full implementation as you see on this screen. And then there's also going to be some graphics that are the direct data from the survey that was provided to families. So here you can see the different questions, the statements, and where we rated in each of those statements. So a highlight, for example, is question number 2, where it asks parents to rate the district's progress in creating welcoming environments for our families. And we were rated at being full implementation and sustainable at the highest level possible, which is a great for our district and for our school sites, that the parents are definitely feeling welcome into the school environment. On the other hand, you see what I highlighted here with the yellow circle, rating the district's progress in supporting staff to learn about each family's strengths, cultures, languages, and goals for their children. And that one was at initial implementation, which is a level 3. So that shows us an area of growth for our district that we can continue to work on. Here's some of the data that you can see, and we separated this data out so that you could see it by elementary, middle, and high. And then in the green chart is the overall for all 3, and you can see the same. So for building relationships, here's the question that I highlighted before, parents feeling welcome to participate in the school. You can see elementary parents feel much more welcome. That might just be the nature of, you know, the age of the student. And then it starts to decrease as students get older. But overall, we have a pretty high rating at 88% of our families feeling welcome to participate in the school environment. Building relationships with parents and guardians. Here you see a little bit of a color differential because the yellows show us our areas of growth. For example, providing information on how to help your child plan for college or vocational school, that's not as high as some of our other areas. You can see the overall rating there, as it is at about 60%. It's really low in elementary, and then it starts to move up in middle and high school. So in elementary, about 55%, whereas in middle it gets to about 72%, and then in high school you see a higher rating at 84%. And this means like our students being exposed to college and career opportunities. So it definitely shows us that we need to do more in our structures to really be inclusive of the elementary schools and start talking to our students earlier and giving them experiences earlier about college and career options for them. That doesn't mean we're going to ask them to take A through G classes, but at least expose them to careers and activities as related to that. And here's some more information on an area that we're doing well with. It's the school providing multiple opportunities for parents to engage in two-way communication. So you can see here our overall rating being at 91%. The next area now that, another area of indicator we must report out on the dashboard has to do with building partnerships for students' outcomes. So here you can see improving a school's capacity to partner with families. You can see we're at full implementation, which is a 4. And then you go down to the bottom where rate the district's progress in supporting families to understand and exercise their legal rights and advocate for their own students and all students. We're at a level 5 full implementation and sustainability. So you can see across the board in this area, we are at pretty high levels in terms of how parents perceive our structures to support student outcomes. And here is some of the data that informs that full implementation and full implementation and sustainability. And here's some more of that specific data. For example, one of those tables shows this school keeps me well informed about my child's progress in school. And you can see overall we're at a 92% with high ratings at each of our levels, elementary, middle, and high school. So parents definitely feel like they know how their students are progressing, at least academically in school. And then, of course, at the beginning of year, we make sure to provide all of our parents with an updated electronic copy or hard copy upon request of district and school policies, and you can see that rated high across the board. The next category has to do with seeking input for decision making. Do our parents and advisory groups feel that they have a voice in the decision making process? You can see here that across the board, we're at full implementation when it comes to reaching and seeking input from any underrepresented groups, to planning, designing, implementing, and evaluating family engagement activities. You can see that across the board, we're rated at a 4 or full implementation. Here is some of the data that specifically looks at that. one area of improvement for us is the school actively seeks the input of parents before making important decisions, and that's overall at a 72%. So that's an area for us to look at. It seems to decrease as we go up to high school. And although schools may provide the opportunities for parents to provide input, we may need to do a better job of communicating what those opportunities are at the school site so parents do feel that they have a voice in the decision-making process. Of course, this year, with including our parent liaisons at our Title I schools, this is something we could definitely work on for our Title I elementary schools. And for secondary schools, we can work with our EL counselors as well as our other support staff to ensure that we have an increase in parent support and parent input into the decision-making process. Again, this is more data that shows you specifics on how we are seeking input for decision-making. You can see here that we have high ratings overall at about 89% when parents are invited to participate in decision-making meetings at their child's school. So we may be sending out invitations. It doesn't mean that they're always attending, but we're sending out the invitations and making sure that we're informing families about those opportunities. And then you can see here the school actively seeks parent participation in planning family engagement activities, and that's an overall at a 79%. We'd like that number to be higher, and one of the ways we feel that we can do that is, as Dr. Zietlow referred to earlier, is ensuring our parent leadership conference is earlier in the year so that we can provide parents with tools and information on how they can communicate and support schools with the decision-making process and how they can be involved in their child's education. All right, so now we get to contrast this with what are our students saying and whether or not students feel connected to school and they feel safe at school. So the dashboard requires that we report out on both the LCAP and on the California dashboard a metric of school connectedness. And what those metrics are encompassed in these questions. Do you feel close to people at school? Are you happy to be at school? Do you feel like you're a part of the school community? And do you feel teachers treat students fairly? So here are some of the responses that we have from students. And for this data, remember our California Healthy Kids surveys is students in 6th, 7th, 9th, and 11th are asked to complete this survey. And we have provided you with a 5-year trajectory here, 4 years, excuse me, because we're missing the 1 year of the pandemic. So you can see for this, if we look at the last column of 2022-23, for 6th grade, we have higher feelings of connectedness among our students than we do with 11th graders, who are at 53%. So it slowly starts to dip. It definitely starts to dip between 6th and 7th grade. That could be because of the nature of schooling, right? When you are at an elementary school, you have 1, maybe 2 teachers. You're with that same teacher all day long. Whereas at a middle school, you have 6 different teachers and you're learning a lot about transitions. So there may be things we need to do there in supporting our students with that transitional time. But when you compare it to 2018-19, pre-pandemic, if you look at the very first column, we're actually higher mostly across the board. So 11th graders, which is our lowest at 53%, pre-pandemic only 39% felt connected. And the same goes for 6th graders. 57% felt connected pre-pandemic and post at 69%. So we do see that students are feeling more connected with our schools now than they were 4 or 5 years ago prior to the pandemic, which is a good sign that they're feeling that there's resources and support available for them and that there's a caring adult available for them at our school sites. The next question asks students to consider their safety at school. And I know that this has been one of our big initiatives this year in light of some of the context that's been happening in our society and in our environment. So you can see here for 2022-23, our 6th grade students, 75% of them feel safe. And then you go down to our 11th grade students and it starts to dip down to 56%. And contrary to the prior slide, you can see that these numbers are lower than pre-pandemic, right? So there's definitely something there that we need to look at closer and examine in the ways that students are feeling safe. There are different things that students are dealing with now that they weren't dealing with 5 years ago. This could be because of social media pressures, feeling cyberbullied as well as bullied at school. So there's definitely programs and supports that our district can put in place to help students feel safe in all aspects, because this question doesn't just reflect physical safety, it reflects just the feeling of being safe, right? So physical safety is one thing. If they feel like an intruder, they feel safe because the school walls are safe that an intruder won't come on campus. Cyberbullying and other types of safety is also included in this piece. All right, and the very last metric, before I'll open it up to questions, is access to a broad course of study. So again, this looks at our underrepresented groups and takes a look at whether or not we are on track to making sure we're supporting our students' post-secondary goals. So our A through G completion rate, A through G is the requirements that our UCs and Cal States measure our students or allow students to be admitted to their schools. Our district overall rate, and this is not updated specifically for this year because the final numbers really don't come in until September once everything's been finalized. But right now we're at 57.5%. And you can see there English learners are at 25%, socioeconomically disadvantaged 48.1%, foster youth 11.8%, our African American students at 41.5%, and our Hispanic students at 41.1%. So definitely we want to see our district overall increase, right? We want more of our students to meet those requirements so that they have the ability to attend college if they would like to, so at least they have the option. And we definitely want to see those gaps closing between our English learners, which we see the biggest gap, and our foster youth, as well as all of our students, that we have more of our students qualifying. So we have been doing some work in that area, and we've been progressing, because prior years that number was even in half, but it's not enough yet, right? We need to continue that work of supporting our students. Our English learner counselors are a part of that, as well as our teachers, our administrators, and the various programs we offer, such as AVID, dual enrollment, and our advanced placement courses. Speaking of advanced placement courses, this is our enrollment in advanced placement for this year. You can see overall 35% of our students are enrolled in advanced placement courses. And then you can see the breakdown again by subgroups. Advanced placement is one way for students to achieve their college and career goals. It is not the only way. That is why we want to continue to emphasize the various ways that students can achieve college and career goals. Another way is by taking dual enrollment classes. Dual enrollment classes are when students are able to take a college class on their high school campus and receive both high school credit and college credit. If you recall, we had our coordinator of CTE programs, Ms. Sasha Leonardo, present on this a few months ago. And so we've been expanding that program. Overall, only about 5% of our students are taking dual enrollment courses, but you can see that the purpose of dual enrollment was really to kind of help students who normally wouldn't see themselves as college-going students take a college class and see, yes, I can do this class, I want to continue on this path. And so you can see that our enrollment of our underrepresented groups have actually really increased, so that's a good sign. Again, more work to do, but I'm happy to say about 74% of our dual enrollment courses includes our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, as well as 63% is our Hispanic students. So that's a good sign that our students are taking those courses who need that help and achieving success with the dual enrollment courses. When parents log in for the California School Dashboard, which you see the website here, you can see on the bottom of after the ratings, the cell phone bars as we call them, right? It says the 5 local indicators areas, and in all areas we have met the standards according to the state of California. When parents click on a specific area, so for example, I'm pointing the yellow arrow here to the implementation of academic standards, then a parent can see more detail about that area, like what I presented to you here. So here, one of the requirements is that we have to present to our community about what we're doing in the area of professional development and how we're supporting our teachers improve their practice for our students. And so you can see here the ratings, as I presented to you, are here for the public to view, as well as a description of the services we offer for our students. That concludes my presentation, and I'll open that up to questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Castro. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Dr. Olga Rios?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Castro. I just would like for you to elaborate a little bit more about the A through G requirements. You said that we've been doing work, and I there is no comparison, so I don't know if we're doing better. And I know we have the EL counselor, but can you talk a little bit more about what other work we're doing to improve these numbers?
Yes. So for the A through G requirements, in the past, we were not always able to offer credit makeup for students who received a D in a course. So for colleges, although a D is considered passing in high school, right? So if a student receives a D in a class, they still get their credits to graduate. According to the UC and Cal State, they do not see that as achieving the A through G requirement because a D to them is not passing. So now we have opened up summer school. We've been able to expand with some of our additional funds and with our LCAP funds for students to be able to make up that D in summer school, and so they have another avenue to be able to show that they are achieving those A through G requirements. Another way that we've been changing, and you'll see a few of them in the approvals tonight in our actions, is expanding the type of courses we offer so that it's not just, AP Calculus, but there's data science. There's other ways that students can achieve their A through G requirements that are courses that might be more interesting to them, things that they want to learn about. For example, for VAPA, we're starting a mariachi program, jazz band. Those are all A through G approved, and those are areas that our students may be more interested in, and so they'll want to take those courses and meet the requirements through those avenues.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
I had a few questions. Quickly, the response rate did you measure by region which areas might have a better response rate than others?
We can pull that information. I don't have that information available right now.
Okay, so I'll get that later then. Connectedness, I noticed that you said it's great, so we're feeling more connected, but how does that relate to the behavior issues that we're sometimes seeing at some of the high school levels? I know that's improved from before, but I've also seen more incidents as well. So how do we correlate that, or?
Well, I think that's a deeper dive that we could definitely do into the data, and would be a deeper dive not only into the connectedness data, but then the safety, because that would kind of would bring the two together. So students might feel that they have an adult to go to or someone that they can reach out to and receive some kind of services. But in terms of safety, there might be students who feel like they're not safe and other students are acting out, or that because of things happening online that they don't feel safe because of the rumors that are happening online. So I think there should be, we can do a cross-analysis where we look at the two and see how that may relate to suspension rates and other pieces of information to understand that better.
Right, I can see the safety going down and the incidence going up. That's a direct correlation with the other issue of they're feeling more connected, but we're seeing other incidents. So I'm just wondering how we can figure that one out. And the last question I have is, I think that was my last question, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? Board Member Suyu.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Castro. That was a pretty extensive work. Oh, one question I have is, for this parent survey, it seems like there's no questions on academic, like parents' needs or satisfaction or their concerns on the academic. There wasn't any questions. Is this
There are questions so the questions about building partnerships for student outcomes ask parents about how they feel if the school is supporting their students at school academically, and if they're being kept in the loop in terms of their grade progress. What I gave you here is a sampling, so I can provide for you in Thursday notes some of the
Yes,
direct questions
yes.
there, because obviously it's an extensive, I've already given you a pretty extensive report, but there's even more than this. So I can pull some of those questions for you so you can see those. But yes, it does ask specifically about, does the district provide learning opportunities? Do you feel like your child's receiving the support that they need to make academic progress? Those type of questions. Don't quote me on that because I don't have the questions in front of me, but along those similar lines.
Thank you.
Vice President Say.
Thank you, President. Hi, Carol. Thank you so much for the intensive report. I have two questions. One is a chronic absenteeism. It seems like I'm reading both sides very high in our district. Do you have any plan to improve that? I remember we discussed this before.
Yeah, so we've been working on various components of our multi-tiered systems of support and looking at, in the multi-tiered systems of support, there's the tier 1, which is the supports all students receive. And so we're trying to make sure, especially when it comes to chronic absenteeism, what are the resources available to all of our school sites to make sure that if students are not feeling connected to school, how do we close that gap so they do attend? So that can include our Saturday programs, which we are planning and hopefully being able to start earlier in the school year than we did this year for recovery of that attendance. It also includes improving and engaging families with different experiences at school sites. And that includes like a counselor outreach type of program or things like our parent leadership conference so parents understand the value of schooling. So there's multiple pieces of the plan for our chronic absenteeism as part of that multi-tiered systems of support. And sometimes it depending on the school site and the community, right, it depends on what their needs are. So I can give you broad strokes like I just provided, but specific plans are part of our school plans, our site plans of school achievement. Those are included in those pieces, and each school writes about that in those school plans.
Can we shift them to the online courses, if it's possible, instead of?
We're finding, just as a note for that, we're finding that for some of our students who don't feel connected, whether they go online or at school, they're still not feeling connected. So just because they get switched online doesn't mean they log in and go to class. So we continue to have those chronic absenteeism issues, and we provide various alternative programs for our families. Virtual learning would be one of them. The Virtual Academy would be one of them. Our Independent Studies program would be another one. But we really want to make sure students are physically in school as much as possible
Yes.
before we provide those options.
Okay. Second question on college career report. Do we have some report right now, collecting some data from there?
That report actually comes out in September. This last year, our college and career indicator was not, the state did not put that report out because we didn't have enough information to put together that report for 2022. So in September, the 2023 report will come out because now this year they'll have enough data after the pandemic to be able to pull that information together. So then I can provide you with that information.
Thank you.
It usually comes out around September. So
Thank you. Looking forward to see that. Thank you, President.
Okay. Dr. Castro, I want to thank you for the extensive report. I find it extremely interesting that in the year 2020-21, that all of our numbers across the board in connectedness and school safety reached all-time highs. And that was right after the kids were at home during the pandemic. So do we have any guesses on why that was? Kids were just coming back to school and then felt safe and more connected, or were the numbers an anomaly? What do we think?
Well, I think, that survey actually took place prior to us coming back in person, so they were feeling like this virtually. And as you know, our teachers and our school site staff worked really hard to make sure that they connected with students. We had, teachers had office hours, school sites still engaged with fun activities with students, even online. So I do find it interesting. It's kind of the opposite of what we hear, right? We've heard a lot that in virtual learning, students were disconnected. They couldn't access some of the resources, and that's true. But for students, I think because our schools did an amazing job of really creating these strong learning environments and really constantly providing resources, because our MHPs were still meeting with students, our school counselors were still meeting with students and providing some fun activities for them. I think that's part of the reason why for at least ABC Unified you continue to see that increased connectedness at a time that was most critical for them to have somebody out there, even if it was in a virtual world, to reach out to.
Okay. The numbers have been slipping in the years after that, which I'm a little concerned about. But for me, it comes down to the top three things. Safety. Do the kids feel safe at school? If they don't, they're not going to learn as well. The chronic absenteeism, I know we do Saturday classes and makeup. I think we should continue doing that because if they're not there, they're falling behind. And then math is a subject of issue. So for me, safety, absenteeism, and math, if we can work on those three, I think they're important.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on with action items. 1.6A, may I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the board advisory committees?
So moved.
Okay, Clerk Nishii.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ben Makareg, who's a Cerritos resident since 2005. He has 3 children who have attended just about every Cerritos school: Leal, Carmenita, Tetzlaff, Cerritos, Whitney. I'm not sure what other schools there are, but there's a lot of schools there. He's got experience with senior processor. He's helped with autistic children. He's been a behavior specialist in helping with that, so based upon those particular qualifications. And he's a great, great parent. So I think that's an important factor in recommending him for the Student Transfer Committee.
Okay. Mr. McRae, please come forward if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ben McAreg, and I just would like to thank Mr. Ernie Nishi for for reaching out and giving me this opportunity, and thank you to the board for the consideration. I have 3 children, and they're currently at Whitney High School, Cerritos High School, and Tetzlaff Middle School. So I'm a staunch believer in the district and the board, and I look forward to serving if selected for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Nishi, are there any public comments on this item?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? I see one. Vice President Say?
I'm 100% support it. I just have a question to the staff for this appoint the advisory committee members. Do we have a policy that we're supposed to be every year to be updated our advisory committee? I thought we had that, because I've been using mine. It's not, I hope this is a kind of side question. Maybe have you prepared for the next meeting? That'll be really appreciated.
No, we have the answer.
Go ahead.
For the members, there's no board policy saying that it's a year term. The board liaison to the committee is an annual appointment by the board president. But members serving on the committee, they can serve as many years as the board member choose to appoint them.
Okay,
There's
thank
no
you.
limit on that.
Thank you.
For the board advisory committee, which is different than the COC committee, I just want to make sure to clarify that.
So there's no limit term there. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Congratulations, Mr. McRae.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, item 1.7A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Creative Leadership Solutions LLC to provide 7 6-hour professional development sessions for principals and district administrators and conduct 3 site observations.
On a monthly basis, we meet with our principals to talk about these practices in a format called the Leadership Enrichment Academy. And so Creative Leadership Solutions would be part of those Leadership Enrichment Academy sessions, providing professional learning for not only our school site principals, but our program directors and coordinators in order to ensure that we are practicing the highest quality of instruction at our school sites.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Nishi, any public comments?
I do not see any.
All right, back to the board. Vice President Say.
Carol, Dr. Carol, just had a quick question about, this is quite a bit amount of money that we're supporting it. How exactly the principal can go back and help the teacher, and how does it really help our children first?
So in addition to providing these 8 leadership sessions to our school site leaders, there will be 2 follow-up individual sessions with each school site principal. That's across all of our school sites, so at 30 schools. And so those 2 school site sessions is that a coach will come to the school site, meet with the principal, talk about the instructional objectives, and walk through the classrooms with the principal to talk about how do we help ensuring that campus-wide we have a strong instructional focus on math and literacy.
What date and time is online?
These are all in person. These are all in person.
All in person?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to see this, the future, the report data, how this program, because this is quite a bit among the budget that we assigned it to. I'd like to come back into us like 6 months later, see what is the progress and is there any improvement or not?
Sure.
Can you provide it
Yeah,
back to us
yeah,
in
we
6
could do a
months
mid-year
later?
review. Yeah, we
Appreciate
could
it.
provide a
Thanks.
mid-year update on this, for sure.
Thank you.
Board Member Suyu.
So, for the principals, have we used this company and this type of service before? We've been doing this every year, or?
No, we have not. And because of the situations that have happened during the pandemic, we felt that this is the right time, with especially making sure that we're focusing on instruction, that we provide this to our site leaders. Part of the recovery loss money that we received is not only to provide professional learning for our teachers, but also to provide professional learning to our administrators. And that's a key component in making sure that we have a comprehensive support. So this particular company and this particular process, we have not utilized with our principals, at least in the last few years since the pandemic.
So, 300,000 for 50, how many schools is it with? 50 principals. And so, is it just one-time visit or back and forth, back and forth? How
No,
many
it's a
sessions?
monthly 6 to 8 hour session with the principals all together and school site or district directors and leaders. That's why it's 50, because there's 30 principals, and then you add on there all the different directors and program coordinators, and that adds up to 50. And then in addition to that, following the sessions, then school sites are able to schedule 2 visits per school site. So each school site will be visited twice by the company and their coaches. So that principal can then determine a calendar date, and that could be once in the fall and once in the spring, so as like a pre and post, so they can get feedback on their process. This is also going to be supported by the school services directors, our secondary school director, Dr. Lois, our elementary schools director, Dr. Lozano, who would then follow up with the principals on how they're executing those plans at the school site. So we're trying to take a more comprehensive approach
Okay.
to make sure that we are accountable for this.
Okay.
Also in respects to the funding, just so that there's, to answer some of those questions, you see that we went out and kind of considered other options. This option of 300,000 was actually the cheaper of the 3, as the other ones were at 410,000, and another one was at 360,000. So it's in the ballpark of what these type of services cost, and this was the more affordable option with the most leverage of the instructional support for our school sites.
I guess the response from the principals, we would know at the end of the year whether this is effective or was it helpful or whatever.
Yes, we could do like our vice president requested we could do a mid-year survey as well to see how the progress is going. But I do want to point out that we do provide our administrators with a survey mid-year and at the end of year, and they asked for coaching support in the area of instruction, and so that's where this came from the direct request from our administrators.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Thank you. I think this is a great proposal to get some support for our administrators. The pre and post measurements is a great idea, so we know before and after, and see if that's actually working. But in terms of the company itself and metrics, is there any evidence that where they've been in the past, they've been in 50 states, so they should have plenty of data showing that their methods are effective? And is there like a score, like they came here, the score was 50, and now after they've left, it's 100, something to that effect?
I could do some research for you on that. I don't have that data in front of me, but I know that they've used some high leveraged, highly researched practices at various districts across the country, and so I can look at whether those, what the ratings were pre and post. I can request that from the company if you like.
So the research would be based upon success rates. So that would be a positive thing. So thank you. That's it.
Dr. Castro, I'm glad our administrators asked for this, and I'm glad we're giving it to them. I think after the pandemic, they definitely deserve some supports, and I'm happy to vote for this. I don't see any more discussion, so all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.8A, may I have a motion to approve revised board bylaw 9100 organization? Is there a motion?
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. So we have a number of policies this evening that have been reviewed and looked at by our committee over the last few months. Many of the updates you see are bringing the language up to date. You'll see some of our policies, the last time they were updated was in the 70s. Some of it is just making obvious things that are part of either the ed code. Some of them are updated because of bills that have passed that require changes. And so we are looking to update these to have our board policies be in alignment with what we're actually doing to follow the law.
Okay. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I do not see any.
Any board comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.9A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 4012.3, oath?
So moved by Sophia.
Any public comment? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Oh, wait.
We do have one comment before we fully vote. Dr. Rios.
I just think, sorry about that. I want to make sure this is it. Can we just read the difference? Because I think it's important to publicly acknowledge what this means. Thank you.
Absolutely. And part of the reason we've added it in is because it's a requirement of the law, but it wasn't clearly stated for employees. Part of their oath is that by affirming this, they acknowledge as a public employee they are a disaster service worker pursuant to Government Code 3100 and 3102 in the event of a natural, man-made, or war-caused emergency which results in conditions of disaster or extreme peril of life, property, and resources. They are subject to disaster service activities assigned to them by their supervisor.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.10-A, may I have a motion to approve new administrative regulation 4012.3, oath, and its corresponding exhibit?
Second, Nishi.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. May I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 4212.10, drug and alcohol testing for school bus drivers? Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Rios. Any public comment, Clerk Nishii?
I do not see any.
Coming back to the board, Vice President Say.
Real quick question, I know this about, is this just random test? Or do we require the staff, the bus drivers, they have to do like every beginning of the semester, or do we put in the policy there only for the random?
So our agreement with our bus drivers through the union is for random testing, and they are selected and randomly go on a regular basis. And then, of course, if there was some type of incident, there's policy for how we handle testing in that case.
When you say regularly basis, what does that mean?
So every so many weeks, we have an outside company that randomly selects drivers and sends them for testing. We don't know who they will be. They're randomly selected.
And that is followed by where? By the
s-
state, or followed by the policy board, CSBA, or?
That
Education
policy is
code?
our agreement with our
Union
union
contract.
based on what we're required to do for drivers that drive bus drivers for school children.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.12A, may I have a motion to approve revised administrative regulation 4351.1, bereavement leave of absence with pay?
Oh, wait. Sorry. Do we do the AR at the same time as the BP?
Yes.
Oh,
Did you?
I did have a question regarding the AR. I apologize, Mr. President.
Which one?
I had a question regarding the AR.
Okay.
Specifically, I noticed that if there's an accident which causes the loss of human life, that yes, you have to do the testing. And if there's a citation within 8 hours of the incident, and there's bodily injury, that we have to do the testing. I get that. But if there's no citation, and the person has great bodily injury, then we cannot do testing. And I'm just kind of concerned that if a person just hides out for 8 hours. And also, the rule seems to also say this: if alcohol test is not administered within 2 hours following this accident, then you have to kind of put a notation in the file. So which I get that, except that they may not be given the citation until 8 hours after the incident. So the timing is, they can have the accident, they must be cited within 8 hours, and then there must be some bodily injury. But if they don't get tested within 2 hours, but the problem is that we don't know that they're going to be given a citation until 8 hours.
So point of order, I think because we voted on this, it's a closed issue. We could maybe ask for it to be brought back with a change of language and vote on it at a future meeting.
I'm not,
You're talking about 1.1A?
yeah, I'm looking at 4212.10.
Yeah, so we voted on that 6-0.
And just the issue is, well, this is the issue. I'm worried that somebody gets into an accident, they didn't get an arrest, and we don't test them because it's not in our rules that we can test them. And so I think we should be a little bit more proactive in terms of enabling them to be tested.
I agree with you, but that item was voted on.
Then I'd like to have a motion for reconsideration.
Okay. Danielle, roll call, please.
Actually, wouldn't I need a second or no?
Anybody want a second?
I second.
Okay.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
It's a motion for reconsideration.
We'll vote on it.
Yeah, vote.
Because we can't discuss it, we already voted on it.
Yeah.
So this is to reconsider this particular item.
Okay, roll call?
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
I will vote for yes, but I don't know how staff has
Mr.
been.
Nishi?
Yes?
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, so the item is reopened. Clerk Nishi, do you have a motion?
So no, I just wanted to get an answer to the question related to this specific issue where a driver has gotten into an accident, didn't get the citation, and we can't give him a drug test. And I'd like to be able to give them a drug test if there's been great bodily injury occurring, and I think that should be a general standard course of business. Is there a law that prevents that?
And your,
Okay, so
I need clarification on which part.
So we're looking at page AR 4212.10C, post-accident testing. So there's been an accident.
Yes.
As soon as practicable following an accident, superintendent shall ensure the driver is tested for alcohol under either of the following circumstances. So accident, loss of human life. So you don't have to be cited for that. No kidding. We're going to test you if somebody died in your situation. However, if the person's just injured or maimed or seriously injured, we're not going to preserve the evidence unless within 8 hours of the accident that person's been cited. So I am wondering if there's any way we can just have a requirement that if there's an accident where there's great bodily injury, that we can require testing, alcohol testing.
So we'd have to look into that. We'd have to pull this back and verify.
So could we do that? So motion to table. And there's no emergency in this, correct?
No.
So I'd like to have it done well, so that way if there is a situation, we get to preserve the evidence, because sometimes it happens where we can't test somebody and our hands are tied, essentially, because we passed a rule that says we can't test anybody.
Yeah. Or even any accident, they would be tested, like if it wasn't their fault, but,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so there's been a motion to table. Is there a second? All those in favor?
I have a question on that.
Okay. Vice President Say?
When you say the accident, right, and I'm not quite sure the questions I have right now. When you say if they had accident, you don't know if it's drug-related or alcohol-related,
We don't know.
we don't know, then you request them to have, one of the tests will be drug alcohol test, so is that what you said?
I want to see if it's legal to ask them to have a drug test or alcohol test if there's been great bodily injury. Because somebody's been hurt, and we've got to preserve evidence somehow. It may have been the other person's fault. I get that. But we could even, if we preserve the evidence, make sure it's not our guy's fault, and we did a drug test and actually proves that our guy is innocent. That would also protect the district as well. So I think that would be a prudent measure, because if we don't have any evidence, we just destroyed the evidence because they didn't have a citation, that's going to not look very good, and then we get sued. So.
Because under the page 113, reason suspicion testing, if we see anything issue like that, we can require for the test. That's allow the staff to do it. So
Right.
why do we need to add another policy there or update it?
It's not adding a policy. What it is
Updated to adding the one sentence in, because it's right here on page 113. tells you right away, if you suspect something, that's why we say random test. Am I right, Dr.?
We're not allowed to do random tests,
We do.
We're allowed to do random tests.
only if there's a reasonable suspicion.
Yeah, but that's why when you, if there's an accident there, so you want to make the statement, clear statement there. If there's accident, we're required to have additional test, which is drug and.
That's correct.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Yeah.
With great bodily injury.
Great bodily injury, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Rios, did you still have a question, or?
Well, yeah, just for clarification, it sounds like what we need is to, A, check with legal, that make sure that we can change, because a lot of these policies are aligned with CSBA, I assume. And so, you know, changing the wording would require us to go back, so I think it's a good move to table it and have staff look into that for us.
Okay, there's a motion to table and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's been tabled. Okay. Next item, 1.12A. May I have a motion to approve revised administrative regulation 4351.1, bereavement leave of absence with pay? Any public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay, any board comment? Vice President Say.
The new one of day one say adding an uncle into this new policy, I mean, into this updated policy, am I right?
So what we did is we worked to align what we have for our non-represented employees to match what all of our represented
Oh, okay.
employees have.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Did we negotiate for this?
We don't negotiate with our non-represented employees. However, we have negotiated it with one of our groups as it's based on a change in the law, AB 1949, is now requiring that we allow employees to have 5 days for bereavement. And so we were working to have parity for all of our employees.
That's 5 days, but I don't think it requires pay for that 5 days.
No, 3 days of pay and the other 2 days are their own.
Correct, but that we're giving them pay in this situation.
Only the 3 days in this situation.
okay.
We do give as a district pay for 5 days if it's a long distance to travel or out of state. But if it's in the normal area, they have 5 days they can take. We will pay for 3 and they pay for the other 2.
So then the fiscal impact is
The
none.
same.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zietlow, I only have one question, and that is the bottom bullet that says, any relative living in the immediate household of the employee. And then the next sentence, is that linked to somebody living in the household? It talks about a fiance, a very close friend, or domestic partner.
Yes, we've had various situations like that where people have people they're caring for in their home, things like that. And so this is exactly the same language we have for all of our employee groups.
Okay. Thank you. Clerk Nishii.
So in relation to that, so I know that with a father, you can have not too many fathers, but you can have several friends. Is there a limit to this, or just by discretion?
Usually they're very extenuating circumstances. They don't get just to pick that. They have to ask for permission on that. And we usually work with them to determine if that's truly an issue we should be allowing.
Okay, and this is not required by Ed Code, correct?
No, this is the part that we have with all of our employee groups, and it's to allow us to do the right thing for our employees when something
Okay,
tragic happens.
and it's by your discretion, or the designee's discretion?
Correct.
Thank you.
But that very close friend has to live in the household with the employee.
Typically, they have in the past. I haven't seen something outside of that.
Okay.
Fiance is the only thing I've seen outside of that where they weren't living together and they lost their fiance.
Because the way that reads in the policy is it's in parentheses right after living in the same household with the
Yeah.
employee. So the way I read that is it would have to be a close friend or a fiance living in the household. Is that, or do we want to make a separate bullet that just, it could be any close friend, and then how do you determine who's a close friend and,
We've typically kept this together.
okay. So it would be somebody
And
living in the
their
same household?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.13A, may I have a motion to approve revised administrative regulation 4351.7, personal necessity leave of absence with pay? Any public comment?
I do not see any public comment.
Any board discussion? Seeing Clerk Ishii.
Just want to make sure, do we have fiscal impact regarding this?
For this one, it's the same. There's no change. It's just putting into, updating the policy from 1979 to match what we're doing. So there's no change.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.14A, may I have a motion to approve revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5111.1, District Residency. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to look at a few policies in regard to just changes coming with how we handle some updates for our residency, and Dr. Lois is here to assist in going through these policies to make sure everything's clear. So I'll turn it over to him.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent Zietlow, and Executive Cabinet. The first Board Policy and Administrative Regulation we'll be reviewing is 5111.1, which deals with district residency. And you'll see some updates regarding the questions we could ask our students and their families regarding their citizenship or immigration status. You'll also see some language regarding the use of private investigators when it comes to verifying enrollment, if that comes into question and we've exhausted our resources within the district. You'll see some language updates regarding students who might be here with a valid F1 visa, who would be students studying abroad within the proper ages for a PK through 12 student. And also language regarding our families that are from the military and might face a movement, and students that might face the loss of a parent because they've been moved by a governmental agency. So you could see those on page 125 through 127 when it comes to the board policy. You'll see the updated language regarding citizenship or immigration status, and just a basic statement that the superintendent or their designee could not ask a student or their family a question regarding that status, and that's just the law here in the state of California. Moving on to page 126, you'll notice the specific language regarding a superintendent or the designee employing the services of a private investigator to conduct an investigation regarding the enrollment status of a student or family. Also, you'll see on the third paragraph on 126 the mention of a contractor, because a private investigator would be a contractor, they wouldn't be a district employee. If you scan to the bottom of page 126, you'll see the language regarding board policy and students who may be here on an F1 visa to attend our schools, and those are the changes in relation to board policy. The administrative regulation, which mirrors the board policy, starts on page 128 of the board book, and you'll see several changes on page 129, particularly number 9 and 10 when it comes to criteria for residency. Language has been added to validate the enrollment of a student who is a child of an active military member who's faced housing movement or a transfer. And number 10 is language regarding a student whose parent or guardian was a resident of California who departed the state against his or her will, and making those students' enrollment here in our schools valid. If you scan down to the middle of page 129, you'll see once again the AR, or administrative regulation, regarding the inability for schools or districts to ask families or students their immigration status or citizenship status. And if you go down a little bit further, you really get into the procedural piece of the administrative regulation when it comes to enrolling students into school. We've tried to clean up the language and make it a little bit more user-friendly, not only for families, but also for staff members at sites that are conducting enrollment. And you'll see that the new language states that the way you would establish residency is by showing a document with your name or address of the parent or guardian within the district, a government-issued ID card, because families come with different types of identification cards, so we just want a government-issued identification card, and 2 of the following, which you'll see on page 130. And there's 9 different items which they could produce, and 2 of them would be valid for enrollment. If you scan down to the bottom of page 130, you'll notice the regulations when it comes to a statement of residency, and that's a situation where a student and their family is living in someone else's home. So in that case, the person housing them would have to fill out a statement of residency form that's provided by the district at the school site, along with a government-issued identification, and proof of residency like any other family that's enrolling. And then we go down to a caregiver's affidavit. That's a situation where a student might be living with someone else, maybe a grandma or an aunt, or someone else is caring for the student. And that family or family member would have to fill out the caregiver affidavit form. Once again, have a government-issued ID card and 2 of those proof of residency forms. And then on page 131, we go into our specific language regarding students or children of individuals in the military, those who have parents who might have been departed from the state, as well as enrollment policies for foster youth, homeless youth, and students who are just exiting the juvenile justice system and their enrollment rights. And then just to further clarify this process, you'll see some language regarding age verification. Sometimes we do have to verify the age of our students, and that can be done with a copy or an original birth certificate, a government-issued ID with an address, previous school records, and then also we ask for information from previous schools when students have attended different school districts or different schools, and we ask families and students to provide attendance records, a discipline record, and transcript from the previous school. And that might be more than you'd ever want to know about the enrollment process, but you might be well informed this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Lois. Can I get a motion on this item, please, in a second?
Motion approved, Daniel.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, any public comment? Clerk Nishii.
I do not see any.
Okay, Vice President Say.
Yeah, actually, I'm the liaison for this committee. I read through all the policies, really good policy, really helps the decline enrollment issue there. It's not that strict as was before, more flexible for the community needs. But I have 2 questions on the page 126. The last part for out of the country, foreign students. As I have a question, what is F1?
F1 is a form of a visa provided by the United States government to individuals that are visiting our country from another country. It's usually associated with students. So for example, at a high school, you might have someone that's here on an F1 visa. They might be part of an exchange program, and it's just something that legally allows a student to visit this country to be a student and to be here through proper channels.
Are we allowed to give a visa to them?
We as a school district are not allowed to give a visa to them.
So how do they come here to get, I mean,
They
they
might
have to
receive
have
it from a
assigned by the
hosting
school?
family.
From the family?
Yeah,
or the
family that's
friends?
hosting. But as a district, we do not validate F1 visas.
So, how, I mean, my question is, because usually, if you have this policy open to the foreign students, then normally, I know Warner District, you probably need to check and see. Warner District, they do give the F1 visa for the foreign students out of the country.
We could look into that and report back to the board.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
I'm sorry.
2 quick questions regarding, so number 7 on page 130, it's declaration of residency executed by the student's parents or guardians. That's basically them saying, I live here, under penalty of perjury, right?
Correct.
So that's one of them, and then whatever the other thing is.
Yeah, it would just be the other items, which would be part of the normal enrollment process. But the person that's housing the family has to, under penalty of perjury, say that they're living there with them.
Just basically the statement, so
Yeah.
that's okay. Second one, those regarding 13026. So I've had some comments from parents related to this where they had a foreign, the grandmother was there, and then I think it was children. I don't know if this actually happened, but reasonable efforts. They were a little upset that there was questioning to the children whether they lived there, and there was no real adult present. So do we have any limitations or specific policies that you could provide to me that would be definitive what reasonable efforts are?
Our school sites, when they see anything they may find questionable, will contact the Child Welfare and Attendance Department, and we'll get involved and try to do an investigation. Obviously not intrusive, but we want to make sure kids are safe and they're where they're supposed to be. So if anything seems out of sorts, if any paperwork seems questionable, we will then follow up with an investigation of our own to validate that the student should be with that family, at that household, and ultimately are safe.
So I understand that, and I would expect that, so thank you very much for that. But in terms of the situation that I just described, so you would be able to, let's say there's some discrepancy that there's a school that's closer to another school or whatever, they own several houses or something like that. Can we have a limitation, though, in terms of the definition of reasonable, that children would not be asked about the residency unless there's an adult speaking English present? Could we amend somehow? It doesn't have to be as part of the board policy, but it could be part of the rules when we utilize an investigator.
We could discuss those protocols within our child welfare and attendance unit, just to make sure we're following proper protocol when we're visiting homes and not speaking to minors if an adult isn't present.
Well, it's not just that, it's the adults speaking English, because I remember the situation
Okay.
that I heard, where they didn't speak English. Grandma didn't speak English, didn't know who this is, and
Mm-hmm.
the investigator's talking to the kids, and they felt very invaded, because the kids don't know that this investigator, they don't know they have rights, and grandma doesn't speak English, so it was very uncomfortable. It ended up okay, and I don't know if there was anything improper in the way they did things, but in the backstop of that, I would like for us to not be interviewing kids without an English-speaking parent present.
We could work just making sure we have home language support if we go out there and there's someone that's speaking a language that's not English, we have the proper translation and individuals to support in that case.
And that we don't ask the kids
Ask the
the
kids, yeah.
questions, do they live here? Because it's hard to ask a kid that kind of question, right? It's a tough thing to ask a kid, do you live here? Because they don't really understand that issue, maybe. Maybe it's grandma and grandpa, so they do, or maybe they don't understand what that means. So, thank you.
Dr. Rios.
My button's so hard. I just wanted to speak to the issue of consistency. I think it's really important. You know, sometimes I hear about issues in certain school, and the immediate question I have is, I wonder if this is happening at other schools as well. So just to say that it's very important for us that if we're doing practices at one end of the district, that the exact same practices are being followed through with the other end of the district. That's it. Thank you very much.
Suyu.
Have we had any problem with this in our district?
Any specific?
Like
piece of-
any cases where students were asked regarding their status or legal status or anything, any of that sort?
During my tenure, the last year, I haven't been aware that any of our schools have engaged in that practice, but we want to make sure we have the policy that,
Yeah.
that supports our laws and expectations.
Sure, sure. Yeah, that was my understanding that this was already in practice, that the status was never asked.
Correct.
Yeah. And then, like for the F1, that's actually a legal visa. So if our school wanted to practice that, the best thing to do is to apply so that our district can issue F1 visa to some of the students from foreign countries who want to attend legally, So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other board comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.15A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 5116.1, interdistrict open enrollment? Dr. Lois.
We're looking at this policy and administrative regulation once again. You saw this earlier in the school year, but we're making some very small adjustments to account for the earlier start next school year and how that'll affect our open enrollment procedures, as well as striking some language regarding TK that's been dated out due to us moving forward in the calendar and time. If you look at page 137, which is 5116.1C, you'll see a striking of the month of January as a time in which open enrollment will be submitted by families. Next year, it'll be December. And that's just simply due to the fact that our school calendar is starting earlier. And that's the only change you'll see in the board policy. If you move over to the administrative regulation and you go over to page 143, you'll see some language regarding transitional K. It's been removed simply to the fact that the 2022-2023 school year has come and gone, and we want to remove that language regarding TK on enrollment and birth dates from the administrative regulation. And if you move or flip over to 145, AR 5116.1G, you'll see once again the removal of January as the month where open enrollment is submitted, and December is the new month that's will be established for the upcoming school year.
Thank you, Dr. Lois. May I have a motion for this item?
Second, Nishi.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.16A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 0450, comprehensive safety plan?
This plan, excuse me, the board policy and administrative regulations, we're going to review.
wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion first.
You have the motion.
I apologize.
No worries.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Lois.
Thank you. My apologies. 0450 looks at our comprehensive safety plans, some changes in regards to annual notifications related to SB 906, which has to do with the storage of firearms at the homes of our families. The first change you'll see on page 148 is a striking of some language regarding comprehensive school safety plans. Each school is required to develop a comprehensive school safety plan every single year. We struck the line that said the principal or designee may appoint a broad-based committee to assist with the development and implementation of the safety plan, for the simple fact that we felt the language was redundant. If you go 2 paragraphs down, it states that the school site council is involved in the development of the safety plan, so it just clarifies the process a little bit more. If you move over to 149, you'll see some new language regarding the superintendent or her designee shall share the comprehensive safety plans and any updates to the plans with local law enforcement, the local fire department, and other first responder entities in the local community. And that's something we've worked really hard with this school year, is trying to develop a strong relationship with our local law enforcement, fire departments, and other responders to work with us on our safety plans. You'll also see some language regarding the California Department of Education and the superintendent or their designee informing the CDE pertaining to any lockdown or multiple option response drills conducted at district schools in accordance with the ed code that is stated there, 32289.5. That's the board policy. You'll see more extensive changes in the administrative regulations starting on page 151. You'll see some added language stating that the school site councils at each site will not only work with local law enforcement, but also local fire department and other first responders in the development of their comprehensive school safety plans. Moving over to page 155, or AR 0450E, and these are just some of the contents of the safety plan. We noted the annual notification to parents and guardians related to the safe storage of firearms, and that's in relation to SB 906, which was passed in California, and as a district, we're still working out how that's going to be implemented in our district, but we have to have that language in our administrative regulations because it is an expectation of school districts and school sites to provide that notification to parents. If you move down to item 11 on 155, it speaks to the possibility of safety plans having early identification and threat assessment of an appropriate response to suspicious and/or threatening digital media content. You're familiar with the manner in which students communicate these days. Most of their communication is digital in nature, so it's important for us to consider how that could affect the safety of our schools. And if you flip over to 157, AR 0450G, you'll see one more item, a new item which mentions the need to training on assessments and reporting of potential threats, violence prevention, and intervention techniques. Such training shall include preparation to implement the elements of the safety plan. And that's something that we're doing every single year. We're providing training to our sites are training their staff, and we continue to try to improve the safety and the assessment of threats in our district.
Thank you, Dr. Lois. Vice President Say.
Any public comment?
Any public comment?
No, I don't
Thank
see
you.
any.
Hi, Dr. Lewis. I have questions about the comprehensive, the training you're talking about. Remember I think the president and I had shown you that we want the staff wear the badge with the safety issue there. Have you designed that yet?
We are working with our information and technology department to see how that would integrate with our identification cards. So it was noted during the active shooter training where you were present, and we're discussing how it could potentially be implemented into our identification cards.
Okay. There's another thing I'm asking you. I know at the time not every single mid-level staff will be there, like teacher, the principal, site council, people was not there. When the people not there during the training, what do you, afterwards, how are you going to make sure everybody received the same message? Do you have some kind of video for them to watch and have to sign out online things?
We provide training. This year we provided training at different times. So at the end of the first academic semester, many of our SIAs participated in a training on the student-free day. In this upcoming year, all school sites will be participating in this training, the one that you attended. All school sites will have a version of that training, and the expectation is and working with our principals to time it in a way that all staff members can attend.
Yeah, I just wish this will be 100%, all staff has been exposed to and knowledge on this matter.
That's the goal.
This is so important. I also like to see the communication with the parents has to be really fast, effective, rather than have them stay there and out there. Sometimes they don't know what's happening there. That'll be really good, which is improving parent communication during the disaster such as this. Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Really quick, just a compliment for the good work that the committee did in spending on all this time on all these policies. It's a lot of volunteer time, so I very much appreciate the work that you've done on this. Just one thing. So this is going to be a policy that our new safety coordinator or safety position is going to be working on, correct?
Correct. Part of his role will, first of all, be to help us interface with local law enforcement, and then also to review safety plans, to visit school sites, and provide input and suggestions to their safety plans. It's a continuous learning cycle, so he would be crucial and key in that work to continue to push schools to
He or
consider
she.
the best processes available to them when it comes to their comprehensive school safety plans and the training that goes with it.
Thank you.
Dr. Lois, I just have one question on page 155 about the annual notification to parents about the safe storage. Can that be in an email or text, or was there anything in the Assembly or Senate bill that said it has to be mailed, or just we have to notify them? It's pretty vague.
Yeah, we're still working through that with our executive cabinet and our legal counsel to figure out what is the proper manner in which to do that, and the most effective one to do that.
Okay, I was just thinking budgetary-wise, it would be expensive to have to mail, but if we have to, we do. And it's just to notify parents if they have young kids in the house, they have to lock the weapon up and make it safe, right?
That's the gist.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of this item?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 2.8A, may I have a motion to approve the contract and compensation for Dr. Joseph Frazier, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, with annual base pay of $238,708, and the contract term for July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026. Is there a motion?
Second, Sue?
Thank you. All right, Dr. Joseph Frazier, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C, Subdivision 3, the Board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. For the position of Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, for a term of July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026. The base salary to be paid to the Assistant Superintendent is $238,708 in accordance with Range 61, Step E on the Management Confidential Salary Schedule. Additional elements of compensation include an annual stipend equal to that received by district-certified management employees for the attainment of a master's degree and/or doctorate. Longevity increment of 2.5% of the base salary upon completion of 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 25, and 30 years of service, with all previous administrative service at California school districts being construed to have been served at the ABC Unified School District in accordance with Education Code 45202. 24 vacation days and 12 days of sick leave annually. Optional vacation buyout at the salary rate effective during the school year in which the vacation credit was earned, up to a maximum of 12 days per school year and 36 days during the term of the contract. The same health and welfare benefits accorded to other management employees of the district. $4,500 per year to be used towards the purchase of life insurance or a tax-sheltered annuity. Life insurance policy in the amount of $75,000 with $25,000 payable to the district to cover the cost of finding a successor if the assistant superintendent dies while in the service of the district. CalSTRS employer retirement contributions, auto allowance of $405 monthly to be adjusted annually by the change in the federal government mileage rate, and reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the course of performing his or her duties, as well as payment of expenses incurred in connection with attendance and/or membership in associations or organizations approved by the board, to include any 2 associations or organizations so authorized and 1 board-approved local service club. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I do not see any.
Any board discussion? On behalf of the board, Dr. Frazier, I want to welcome you to the ABC family, and we'd like to have you come forward, please. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you.
Want to vote first? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. With us tonight is Dr. Joe Frazier. Joe has a lot of past experience. He started out as a elementary teacher and a middle school teacher in Paramount Unified, has worked in the Huntington Beach Union High School District, both as a TOSA as well as assistant principal and principal. Most recently, he's been working at Los Alamitos Unified as their assistant superintendent of human resources, and we're excited that he is coming to join our team here. Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow, President Beach, esteemed members of the board, executive cabinet, obviously Dr. Zietlow, community members, friends, and family. I just wanted to say thank you for. I'm super honored actually to be here in ABC. I was telling some of the interview panels as I was going through the process that I remember spending summers at Artesia High School with my best friend whose father was the football coach at Artesia, and so I remember summers just running around, and then also running track meets at Gar High School. I'm not sure I won any of those, but I remember running in the rubber track because it was like the coolest thing around when I was a kid. So I do feel oddly connected in that way. I grew up in Lakewood, so in a neighboring city, and so I've only heard amazing things, watched from a close distance, obviously, the great things that happen in ABC. I'm looking forward to working with all of you, working for Dr. Zietlow, alongside our executive cabinet, and really with our associations, and really ultimately, humbly serving our community and our students. And so with that, I really thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And would you like to introduce your family?
She is my family now. She's designated family. My wife and kids unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. They were hopefully going to be listening at least from their locations. And so, but this is Dr. Nancy Nien. She is a colleague of mine and like secondary family, and her mom came today to support me. So that was super sweet of them. To come, and I think my family, they mean everything to me. This was definitely unforeseen changes and things in our lives, and obviously they've been there every step of the way to allow me to do the work for kids on behalf of students and families, and so I really appreciate them, and obviously I appreciate Nancy so much.
Well, welcome to ABC, and thank you both for attending.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to, applause is nice. Okay, moving on to item 2.9A. May I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO regarding virtual school. Is there a motion?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. We've been working with our union partner to develop our plan for virtual school for the coming year. Part of the changes that we've made from this past year have been based on feedback we've had from families and their needs in the program, as well as our teachers and staff working in the program to try and better have this program not only meet the academic needs of the students, but the needs of the families that are choosing a virtual option. And so we are adding 7th and 8th grade this coming year, and we are excited for the opportunities that will bring for our families.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 2.10A, may I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding online independent study for grades 9 through 12.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Just that this is a great move forward for our district to get modern and bring in students and make school more like the rest of the world. Everything is online, and so this is it's an extension of that. Some kids learn well that way, some kids don't, so having this extra option will make us more competitive. So this is a great agreement to extend this out another 2 grade levels. Thank you.
Thank you, clerk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.11A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, ASCD, to provide an in-person professional learning workshop on grading and assessment at the Summer Professional Learning Institute on August 8 and 9, 2023.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
So this is for 2 days?
Yes, this is for our August 8th and 9th Professional Learning Institute.
It's 37,000?
Yes, because we are addressing a number of sessions throughout the days, and as well as we will provide videos that will be available to any teachers that were not able to come.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. 3.12A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Exponential Learning LLC to provide math coaches up to 10 professional learning sessions and on-site coaching support for the 23-24 school year.
So moved?
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Dr. Rios.
I'm just curious as to how many coaches are we talking about?
A total of 5 math coaches at the moment. We're looking to continue to hire some more, but those are currently 5 math coaches that we're supporting for our Title I secondary schools at the moment.
Thank you. That's it.
Clerk Nishi.
Just want to think this is very economical. You're doing a good job in terms of getting math learning out there, so I appreciate that. That's it.
Me too. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.13A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Core Learning to provide an in-person professional learning workshop on effective vocabulary instruction at the Summer Professional Learning Institute on August 8 and 9.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes 6-0. 3.14A, may I have a motion to approve new courses titled Percussion, Mariachi, Academic English Newcomer, and Academic English Newcomer Elective to begin in the fall of 23-24 school year.
So moved by Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
As presented in our earlier presentation with local indicators, we are required to make sure that we're offering a broad course of study for our students, and these are some examples of that broad course of study. Our percussion and mariachi are UC A through G approved for visual and performing arts. Our academic English newcomer class just ensures that our students who have been in the country 12 months or less are receiving the academic support that they need in their own course of study with materials appropriate to their English learning level.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Dr. Rios.
I'm very excited. I was very, very happy to see this. I wish that, my kids had been able to take advantage of something like this, because I go to conferences and we see student mariachi groups and they're so awesome to watch. And I know we have incredibly talented musicians, and I'm really happy to see this option for them, so thank you.
Any other board comment? I too am excited to see the percussion and the mariachi. My daughter's abuelo absolutely loves mariachi groups, and so does my wife, so I'm excited to see what this is going to look like in our district. So thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.17A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1621 rotary inline filling machine to Platinum Packaging as lowest responsible and responsive bidder.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.18A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, and budget for the 23-24 fiscal year?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Mr. Nguyen, good evening.
Thank you, President Beach. Good evening. At the June 5th board meeting, staff presented to the board the LCAP, Dr. Castro and I, and the budget for the 2023-2024 school year. It's a two-steps process. We require to have a public hearing, present information to the board, and then tonight we asking the board to adopt the LCAP as well as the budget for next year. After the adoption of the board, both documents will go to the county, LACO, for their approval. And then after that, it will go to the state of California. So that's our process. The budget for next year is based on the governor's May revisions. The state has not adopted their budget for next year yet, as we know. They are in the process of doing that, and they must do it by June 30th. So once we have an adopted state budget, any materials changes to the budget that the board's approving tonight will be brought back to the board for approval, should we need to. So that's where we are in the process. Beginning on page 174, is real quickly a summary of what you have heard at the last meeting, that our total revenues for next year will be $320.5 million. Our total expenditures is $318.1 million. We will projected to end next year with $89.4 million in our fund balance. 29.3 of that is unrestricted, and 60 million is restricted. So that is our projection for right now. The restricted funds, we have discussed this extensively at the last meeting. Part of it's one-time money, part of it's learning loss recovery money, that we have a plan to spend it down each year in the next several years to support our students and all the programs that we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Dr. Rios.
My goal is always to understand the budget a little bit better. And I just had a question here, Tuan. Why is it that our fund balance is so high in restricted? You would think that we would try to spend as much money from restricted so that that allows us to leave less money in the unrestricted fund so that we can get creative with supporting our school sites, our teachers, our students primarily.
Yeah, that's a great question. So restricted funds, there's the reason why it's restricted. It comes with strings attached. So we would have, not only we want to spend it down first, but we have to spend it in accordance with the guidelines from the grantors, right? But we've been receiving, through COVID, a substantial amount of restricted funds. ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, we're spending it down. The ELOC fund from the state, the Learning Recovery Block Grant. So all those one-time money as part of the state surplus. Remember last year the state had a $97 billion surplus. So that's why they're giving it to us one time. But however, it's restricted. So we are trying to spend down as quickly as we can within the timeline given to us. But at the same time, we want to be effective and we want to be intentional and thoughtful in a way that we support our academic plans to support our students. So we do have a plan, and you have my words that we will not be returning any of the restricted money. We will spend them down in accordance with the guidelines by the time given to us.
Because that was my biggest concern, right? Because a lot of these do come with strings attached, and if you don't spend it, then yes, the state does require us to send it back.
That is correct.
Clerk Nishii.
So really quick, you have projection 320, 305, and 307. What is the thought that we're going to have? Is this including the thought that we're going to have reduced enrollment? This is page 177. Total revenues, 320, 305. That's based upon the 3-year numbers coming in, right? And we would have reduced revenues?
So that is correct. Thank you for the question. So this is based on current law. It's still based on attendance, not enrollment, and it's based on what we call the rolling 3-year average of attendance. So that is in the current law. So we reflected that because of declining. So every year we get adjusted up by COLA, right? You get more funding, but also the state reduced the funding based on the number of students you have. So if you have less students, then you get less funding.
So this includes the fact that we're declining enrollment.
Correct.
But it still figures that we're going to get 2 million more based upon the COLA.
Correct.
For the existing students.
Yes.
For the less existing students that we have.
Correct.
But this is also not predicting any change in the law from ADA to enrollment.
We will apply the law once it's become the law. We don't.
But we can't guess that at this point.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. I have one question and a couple of comments. On that same page, 177, Clerk Nishii is talking about we're projecting a couple of $10 million losses in 24-25 and 25-26. That's going to come out of the general fund, right?
Correct, but a lot of it's one-time money too, the lack of one-time money.
So that those numbers are mixed. It's not
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to report to the public, I think this is our highest budget ever in the history of ABC, right? $320 million coming in.
That is correct.
And we're only spending 318, so we have a $2 million budget surplus.
Yes, as of tonight.
Okay. Is that going to change tomorrow?
No, it will change, depends on the action will be taken by the board.
Okay.
For example, collective bargainings.
Okay,
Yes.
so as of now, we have a budget surplus.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, as far as the LCAP, I think if we stick to our 3 goals of safety, mental health supports, and academic success for our students, that's going to be our best route. And I agree with Dr. Rios that we probably need to spend that money a little bit faster. 60 million is a lot of money. I don't know the exact date of when these grants run out, but the government will take our money back if we don't spend it. So I hope the plan is to spend this in the next 2-3 years to help our students.
Yes, sir. That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.19A, may I have a motion to approve the estimated actuals financial report for the 22-23 fiscal year?
So moved by Sophia.
Mr. Nguyen.
So this is also part of the budget process. What you just approved is the budget for next year, but this item is the current year. What are we estimating? How are we doing in the year that just ended or ending? June 30th, 2023. So this is the estimated actuals for the 22-23 school year. And again, oh wow, this year actually we are projecting or anticipating $336.9 million. So a little bit higher because of all the one-time money. And we are spending a lot less than that, as you can see, $309 million. This is on page 179 of your packet. So this is the year where we have, I don't want to say surplus, a positive change in our funding balance because of all the one-time monies coming in. And that's built into our fund balance of 60 million that you saw earlier. So that will get carried forward and we'll be spending it down in the next 3 years.
Any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Dr. Rios.
Nothing different, just continue to echo the exact same message I always give, and that's that when I go to sites and when I visit schools, I want to be able to talk to administrators, and I want to hear that they feel that their students do have the support that they need, that teachers have the support that they need to do their job. They have a very difficult job. We all, as educators, you know, the job has gotten really, really hard. And so more than ever, I'm glad that we have money because more than ever we have a lot of need. And so, yes, I hope that that money is directly affecting students by way of supporting, again, our administrators, our teachers, our families, and our students. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. It's been a long agenda, but our last action item, 4.20A. May I have a motion to approve the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant Expenditure Plan for the ABC Unified School District?
Second by Sophia.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. This is again part of the budget process. This last item, I promise. This is different than the Prop 28 Arts Education Plan program that's approved by the voters. So this is different than that. If you remember, the voters approved Proposition 28 last year that provides ongoing funding for arts education. ABC from that program is expected to receive $3 million a year ongoing under the Arts Education Program, or Proposition 28. So that money will be allocated directly to the schools. Only 1% can be kept up here. 99% goes to the school for art education. That's different than this plan. This is one-time money that's proposed by the governor for arts, music, instructional materials, block grant. The issue is that the governor, at the same time, proposed to reduce this block grant by half as part of his proposal. So the final allocation for ABC is unknown at this point because on the one hand, there's a law that passed that's giving us the allocation, but also in the May revision, the governor proposed to take at least half of it back. So, but regardless, the board still required to approve a plan on how we plan to spend the money. This money, again, being allocated for specific purposes, and it's listed here on page 180 for you. We can only spend this money on professional development and instructional materials for content areas, professional development and instruction materials to improve school climate. We can spend it on to obtain or procure diverse, culturally relevant books for the library. We can spend it on operational costs, including retirement and healthcare costs. So that's a catch-all. And also COVID-19 related costs. So pretty much the board has the flexibility under these 5 criteria or areas to spend the money. And on page 182 is a recommended allocation by each of the category. It is anticipated that we'll get about $5.8 million under this grant. But again, like I said, the final allocation is unknown at this point. But as of right now, you can count on $5.8 million.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comment?
I do not see any.
Dr. Rios.
So again, I think it was in the school board magazine, I don't know if it was this month or one of the previous months, but there was a district that was boasting about how every kid went home before summer with 5 books. There are other districts that, were being talked about that they, have multiple support services on their site. When I looked at this budget, it really bothered me that, a big majority of the funds, regardless of the fact that we're gonna get half of, was spent on things like operational. I would have liked to have seen the opposite. I would have liked, a big chunk of it going to buying those culturally relevant books for our library. I know that there are some libraries that are very nice, but there are other libraries that are very lacking. And so it would have been great I'd like for us to reconsider the way that this money has been allocated and do it in ways that, again, creating a positive school climate, that happens through assemblies, that happens through additional support staff, that happens through activities that kids physically become involved in, which would go a long way in really fulfilling this, I don't know if it's a mandate or opportunity, but yeah, seeing these numbers, yeah, I don't like the look of it.
So this is part of the puzzle. We have 3 other sources of funding that would provide instructional materials. One is from the LCAP. We have extensive funds in there to provide supplemental instructional materials for our schools. The other one is if you remember, the lottery money. Part of the lottery money is required to purchase instructional materials. So that's also a legal requirement. And the third is in our instructional materials realignment program or plan. So we also set aside about $2 million for that. So this is a component for instructional materials. This is to supplement. This is above and beyond what we have been spending on instructional materials. And just so you know, we have always been able to meet the legal requirement, the Williams requirement with instructional materials. We always have sufficient basic materials and supplemental materials for our students. So
Absolutely, Tuan. I think, again, the idea is that we augment that we, regardless of what the site is doing, that at any elementary, be it, schools in my area, Palms, Aloha, that are now, thanks to this money, they're seeing added assemblies, they're seeing added programs at lunchtime, at recess, that's gonna really build that sense of climate, that parents are being invited to do art nights, that entire families. So again, that's what I'm talking about, that this money should be used to support that kind of programming, that enrichment activities to all students, because, a lot of our kids, some of our kids are accessing this through the after-school program, which is great, but it's not all of them, right? So specific grade levels, perhaps, again, more direct, and I guess this is to our superintendent, that I'd like to see us, again, have using this money to directly enhance the experience that our students are having. We know that, for example, all our kids could benefit, but we know a lot of them don't spend their summer at summer camps. A lot of them don't spend their summers visiting, the beaches or other things. So opportunities, again, that would give kids that don't usually take advantage or don't have the means for whatever reason to experience, a movie night, whatever, fun stuff. That's it. Thank you.
Clerk Nishi.
So operational cost doesn't include teacher salaries.
The state doesn't identify that or clarify that. All it says is operational costs, including retirement and healthcare cost increases.
So how are we going to use it then? Are we going to use it for
So
teacher salaries?
the-
For like a teacher to do these great things in the
Yeah,
arts?
because our retirement and healthcare cost is exceeding this amount already. So if we stay with the intent of the law or with this, by the state, then it would be mostly to offset any increase in retirement or health benefit costs. And again, this is one-time money, so it's not ongoing.
Yeah. I'm just kind of looking at the intent of the block grant is probably for
Right.
the arts, and it looks like we're paying other retirement,
Yeah.
which is really important. I get it.
This is straight
But
from the
it doesn't-
state website.
It
on the
doesn't look
5
like
different
it's going
criteria.
as much, it's like 750 for the library, that's nice. Professional development to have the teachers teach better, so that's good, we need that. Professional development for instructional materials, yes, that's important. But the way it sounds like it's only for materials and not so much for instruction down to the student level. So it feels like it's kind of skewed. I'm guessing though, when the state says 50% off, that we're going to be probably not putting it towards item number 5 and taking away from item number 4, but we will spare items 1 through 3. Is that the plan?
The plan is proportionately,
Proportionately,
yes,
because,
as a percentage of the total amount here. For example, the first 3 items is 13% of the total, right? That's that 39%. Item 4 is 38%, and item 5, 23%. So if it's we either increase or decrease, it would be proportionate.
so are we kind of burdening the arts fund with retirement and healthcare cost increases?
We're not burning any program. This is supplemental. This is above and beyond.
I understand that, but it's like, the point of this grant was for arts. That was the point, right? It's not for arts?
It's debatable, and that's why the state allows the 5 categories. So
But it says here, arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant.
I understand the state has the title for the grant, but also an allowable expenditures for the grant.
Okay, so maybe on the ground, I talked to parents, and some of the parents are very happy that there's going to be additional monies going towards arts instruction at the elementary school level, and I think they're sharing instructors. So that fund is not going to be negatively affected, right? It's going to still go to those schools as set forth.
Correct.
Prop
and that-
28.
Thank you for that. Under
This-
Prop 28, 3 million ongoing annual will be going to the school.
And this is just one-time funds.
Correct.
So this is basically to pay down our pension. It just, you know what? It looks just strange, right? I mean, is it just me? It looks, yeah, I do get it. We need to pay for healthcare costs, and I do get it. We need to pay for retirement and operational costs. But it seems like an arts grant you would pay, or maybe at least item number 5 we could reduce, not just proportionally, but entirely, so that we could spare items 1 through 3 from any cuts. Could we do that?
So
I would like to amend if the time comes
yeah,
when it
let
comes
me
to
let
cuts.
me answer it in this way. So I believe this is a balanced budget plan to support our goals, the 3 areas that we talked about. It is important to the employees that we continue to use the enhanced MERV 13 filter for safety, right? Otherwise, we could theoretically say we'll go back to the MERV 8 because that's all that's required. So our plan is not to do that, and we'll have the enhanced MERV 13 as a filtering system. So that's what the 5 is for. It's not so much a mask anymore, or COVID tests like we used to spend a lot of money on those. So it's more of the ongoing, continue with that. It's again the board. This is a plan presented to the board for your consideration. The board may choose to allocate the funds however you. But this is my recommendation to the board.
Board Member Suyu.
Thank you, President Beach, and thank you, Tuan. Just have a quick question on visual and performing arts. Can this fund be used to purchase like equipments
Yes,
for
ma'am.
like band and so forth?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's fantastic because it's one time. So purchase is one time. So some of our bands can benefit, I guess.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Vice President Say. Dr. Rios.
I guess it's just the optics of it, Tuan. Like, the fact that you brought up the, Murph, I take those or air filters?
Yeah, the MERV 13, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to think that we could find a way to fund that out of those $69 million that we have in other places. Like, again, this to me looks like it creates an opportunity for us to provide more to our students. And, thank you, Board Member, you for bringing up a band. I mean, we always get requests from our band, from our schools asking for either, storage space or, what a great opportunity for us to take this money and provide the enhancement, some enhancement to that. We have some amazing performing bands. Tetzloff is award-winning. GAR is an amazing band. Again, to me, it just seems like if you're going to call it an art and music grant, that we should be actually doing that the majority of the money should be allocated to that. So yeah, I don't support it as is. I would like it amended and reallocated in ways that the optics aren't so bad, and that, would really have people jumping for joy that there's this extra money because they are directly going to be impacted somehow in arts and music.
Right. So let me answer this, and then of course, so we do consider Prop 28 money. That's $3 million ongoing band, visual performing arts, right? Art and music. We do consider the funding in the LCAP for VAPA. So there's also ongoing funding to support the schools. So this is just one time. So what we can do is that, the first three items should be at the minimum. Whether they're cuts from the state or not, let's say it's $750, right? And then if there's any reductions, it could come from the other category. If there's none, or if there's enhancement, the legislature may not approve the governor's proposal, and we may get more, then we can supplement that in the top three areas. But, it just, however, the board would like to approve the item.
Clerk Nishii.
So yeah, so I also hear from parents regarding the band, and I know that we compensate the coaches. We give the coaches a stipend, and that's standard across all districts, and that's fine. But I know that for the flags, I got called and they said, "Hey, I have to pay $1,700 donation for my kid to be in band, or we cancel the season." And I'm like, well, doesn't the district pay for the flag coach? And apparently, I don't know if that's the case, but it seemed like there was not as much support. Now, I'm not saying that we pay a salary. You're right. This is one-time funds. You don't do that with that. But I'm thinking if we could put a special allocation specifically so band equipment is a one-time thing, or flag equipment could be the uniforms that they purchase. That could be a one-time thing that you just purchase it once and that covers it. So I think we should have a small allocation for that. And do we have to decide this today, the specific allocation today and now?
Yes, but you can add any restrictions you like, or not restrictions so much as, preference or allocations for the other program. But
So I'd like to amend it so that if there are cuts, that we take it from item. Okay, and then one more question on item 4 regarding retirement and healthcare costs increases. So putting money towards this, obviously there's some other general fund out there that we're paying for that it enables. But does it provide us any advantage, like reduce our future liability in terms of the retirement costs? Does it help that?
it can depend on how we want to use it. If we want to use it to set aside the one-time money to offset futures increase for the retirees, health benefit costs, so it can have a long-term impact on those programs.
On our budget, on our
Correct.
long-term budget. So
Correct.
in that case, I don't want it to be a can. If that's the purpose, then that's where I would like to if this $2.25 million, if it can go towards reducing our long-time liability, I'm okay with that. But in terms of when it comes time to cut, yeah, I think this would be the places where we would cut, and we would, you don't cut where the kids are. That's what I would like to do, and I'd like to enable us to put more to the one-time band, flags, those specific arts type activities that we don't fund. We don't fund them at all, actually. So that would be my proposal.
Vice President Say.
Tuan, I was reading the AB 181. It says a special education independent study, the cover, and also AB 184. I mean, that's just not just for the arts and music. There's many things that cover that. And the item that you listen here, which cover those AB 1, cause the whole thing we're talking about the bills from AB 181 and 185. Am I right? So, but you quoted for music and arts. Maybe the subject wasn't clear there. It should change that. Am I right?
Now, let me answer the
Because
question.
that's why I'm reading the AB 181 and AB 184.
85.
85, yeah.
Yeah. So AB 181 and AB 185 are budget bills. It covers the entire state budget for last year. So this is a subset of this. This specific grants is for this specific reason. When you read the entire AB 181 and 185, that's the entire state budget for education.
Right.
So that's a budget trailer bill for the entire budget. Those bills authorize this specific grant.
Only
This
for
specific
music
grant
and
is
arts?
only part of the bills.
Part of the bill.
Yeah, the bill is
Okay.
larger than that.
So what is the industry material descriptions? What is it? What is it?
Well, it's gonna
What
be
is this
cut.
about? Because you have
Yeah.
arts and music.
It's
You
on
have
page
arts and
180.
music and instructional material.
Correct.
What is the instructional material?
So if you look at it on page 180, there's the details there, starting in the middle of the page.
Uh-huh. So
Item
you
number
cover
1.
there. So
Yeah.
why do we have only for arts and music? I don't
Again,
understand you guys.
Because this grant
discussion.
is, you can spend this grant in the 5 areas that we describe in here on page 180.
And you are our CFO, right? So you know the money allocation, the needs. So I think board needs to know our position here. I understand we all need to speak up for our student and benefit for the student, but again, we need to respect our staff, because allocation those things, because you might, I don't know how much arts and music need to be spent. You might need a kind of more detail on that, so the board will understand that, rather than cutting this and cutting that. That's not our professional in this matter. We oversee, but we're not authorizing the whole thing. We should respect you. This is how I see our role in here. I think some of I like to remind us in here, as elected official, we hire our staff in here. And we need to see, probably give it back to the more detail. I think board members, sometimes you get pressure, of course, from the parents, and feel like we want to do this for student, only this much money. This is huge money that we are, if only allocate to music and the arts. The staff also needs to know, if you go back and look at that, the grant, the bills, people need to see what is the Tuan really wants in here to provide the best services to all. I like the music, don't take me wrong. My kids, all my kids, each of them had 2 music involved with it. They all have so much instrument, and they also involve the activity, the sports. But I think board needs to see it, to respect our CFO. What you want to do, is this a fair thing to do it, rather than just cut this and cut that? I don't think it's right anymore.
Okay.
Suyu.
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to just vote, because this is a discretionary block grant anyways, and it could change.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not really, we don't have to have all the details right now anyways. So can we just go on and vote?
Before we do that, I would humbly ask that I could give my comment,
Yes.
since I've waited patiently, unless you're making a motion.
Go
I
ahead.
was going to jump in here before people get their third comments, but I'll jump in here. So, Tuan, this is money for the 22-23 school year, right? So this past year,
You have until 2026. If you look on page 182,
okay.
yeah, you have 4 years to spend it, but technically you can spend it on 22-23, but the state hasn't allocated the funds, and then now the governor's proposed to reduce it by half.
Okay.
So Yes.
And I think what Vice President Say was saying on page 180, they list 10 different topics, math, history, science, English, that textbooks can be bought for. Is that correct? It's
That
not
is
just art programming.
That is correct.
Okay. You know, I saw recently that the governor's going to cut his arts budget by $4 billion, so we're probably going to lose half of this, like you said. And as I read this, it's listed as an arts, music, and instructional materials grant, and then more than half of the items here have nothing to do with art or music. So I find that interesting, to say the least. It's not your fault, but it should have been more specific if they wanted this to go for arts. I don't see any way you can justify instruments in here. What number 1 through 5 is instruments going to come out of? Because it talks about materials in 1 and 3. 5 is COVID items. 4 is operational costs. Where would we put band instruments in this?
That's considered instructional materials.
Instructional materials?
Yes. So
Okay, so-
instructional materials now covers even
So
digital
sports equipment
devices.
is instructional materials because they need it to play physical education.
yeah.
So, I mean, we can do anything we want with this money within reason.
So let me give some background then.
I know you didn't write these bills, but
Correct. The original plan was just a straight block grant, meaning you can do whatever you want. But by last minute lobbying in Sacramento want to focus on art, music, and instructional. So that's the title. But if you look at the allowable expenditures, it's pretty much everything that the district can spend. Later on in November, this is before the passage of Proposition 28. So once the voters even vote for that, now there's additional funding for art and music ongoing. So I just want to remind the board that there's $3 million already brand new funding every year ongoing in art education to ABC. This is one-time money. And again, the original intent was just the block grant. So they want to focus on art and music, but they left all the expenditures allowed as is. The term operational cost, you're right, Mr. Nishi, is very broad. It's pretty much anything. Yeah.
so Tuan, based on your professional experience, I'm sure you've met with Cabinet about this. This is the best way to spend our money to make our schools safe, to benefit all children, to protect the staff, get them training. It's kind of across the board, your best advice on how to spend this money.
Yes, sir. This is my recommendation.
Okay. Dr. Rios.
Well, just quickly, a response to Vice President Say, I mean, it's why it's on our agenda. It's exactly what we're elected to do, to make these kind of decisions and have these kind of discussions. I mean, it looks like it's 50%. Again, my problem is just with the optics of it, right? That they're calling it for arts. And I get that we're allocating money, but, obviously I'm saying this because I don't see enough of arts and music in our schools. And we know that there's tons of research that supports that our students will do better when they have access to a quality arts and music program. And so that is just my advocacy, is to see more than we already have. That's it. Thank you very much.
Clerk Nishii.
So, two things. One is, was this particular expenditure plan provided to our finance committee?
No,
Okay.
that's not part of the process.
So I see as a policy board, we get to decide what we think the community really needs. It's finance, that's very important, so I like the retirement and health, and so that's future thinking, and I think that's a great idea, and it is an allowable expense. But he thinks that there's too much in the arts, and I'm hearing so many complaints from parents who have to pay $1,700 for flags. And football is not any cheaper, so I'm not saying we put more money into football, but at least we fund the coach. So I'd like to see that. I would like to actually continue this so we can actually decide, do we want A through J, if this truly is within our discretion to decide, and that way we could actually decide how this goes. But if lacking that, I would like to say that if we have cuts, and we expect cuts, 50%, because that's already been told, that we don't cut it in the little part that talks about school climate, or actually talking about professional development, instructional materials, the things that are on the ground with the students, right? That's I think, important. Health is, of course, very important. I get that. But I'm hoping that if there is another pandemic level issue, that the state will help not leave our kids hopeless and helpless. And of course, we would spend the monies to protect our kids, but if there's going to be a cut, I would cut it from item number 5.
I'd like to close the debate.
Well, I'm going to make an amendment to this
I
particular.
move the previous question, I calling right now
All
for
right.
closing debate.
She's calling the question. Danielle, roll call, please.
Closing debate.
So I'd like to amend this
Arnie,
particular
we're going to
motion.
vote on
You're on the floor first.
ending
Yeah.
debate.
I'm on the floor,
Okay.
I raised it first.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
No.
Okay.
Motion passes 4 to
Motion-
2.
Motion passes. Now we can accept motions.
So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion so that if there are 50% cuts, that we cut it from items 4 and 5 rather than proportionally.
Okay.
Can you rephrase again, please?
Okay, so my amendment to this particular proposed plan, instead of putting it on hold, which that's fine, we can spend the monies, since we are a policy-making board, that when the cuts come, that items 4 and 5 are cut before we cut items 1 through 3, and that something in items 1 through 3 go towards band and the performing arts. I understand we already have a performing arts grant. I understand that. But that would be my suggestion, that when the cuts come, it comes out of 4 and 5 and not 1 through 3, and that something in 1 through 3 goes toward, this is a one-time cost, so it may go towards flags, or it may go towards band equipment. That's something for staff to determine where the real big need is, right? We at least determine the policy that some of the kids are getting no support in terms of this expense. By the way, we have
Can you
I'm
just
sorry,
make your-
Can I interrupting right now? According to, this is what I have a motion guiding, because I closing debate already, can you do amendment? No. So the vote is right now, we have
Okay.
4 to 3, 4
Well,
to 2 is over 2/3. So that is closing debate, we're going to
So
vote.
who made the
right-
motion?
You
The
can't
motion was
I
made in the
motion
beginning,
already.
so
Yeah.
Dan-
Who made
Approved
the
it.
motion, though?
Danielle, who made the motion on this one, please, and second?
To call the question or
No,
for
no.
the original?
At
For the
item?
original
At
Close
the
the debate.
beginning of the,
Dr. Eugenio and
So
Mrs.
then-
Say.
Dr. Eugenio would have the right to accept a friendly amendment.
It says
to
right here, you can't accept the
have-
amendment.
Yes, you can have, the person who make
Can
the
you pass
motion
to
can
him to
accept the
see it?
friendly amendment.
Closing debate, any amendment, though? No.
okay, so Danielle, we're going to vote on the original motion that was first and seconded. Roll call, please.
So we only want to, so we're not going to enable the person who made the motion to accept a friendly amendment. They're allowed to do that per
Why don't you
per
read
code.
that preliminary things part?
After
Closing
I
debate.
call the question, you vote on the original motion.
And no amendment.
It requires a 2/3 majority.
Which it was. It was 4 of the 6 to call the question.
The previous question.
Let's move on,
And now, Danielle, roll call, please, on the
On
initial
this
motion.
yeah.
which is Sophie's motion?
No, which is to allow staff to spend the money as
Okay.
allocated in
Yeah,
the,
to
in the
vote for
report.
yes or no, to support.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Because I support the arts with actions, no.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes?
Mrs.
Yes.
Say?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
I'm put in the awkward position of voting against the
Just yes or no,
arts.
please.
Now, I get to say what I would like to say
Let's order, please.
before I vote.
He can
On
make
order,
a
yeah,
comment.
please.
Okay? And I'm considering the vote. I think that I would still want the arts and trust that staff would do the right thing.
Please just vote for yes and no.
Sophia,
Excuse me,
Please.
I have the floor, and I may make the statement as I vote.
Can I have the paper back, please?
Thank you. I would consider, it's a terrible position to be in to vote no on something that you want, so I will vote yes for the arts, presuming that staff is going to do the right thing when it comes time and bring it back to us when it comes time for the cuts. That's my vote.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, information items. Measure BB update, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. It's been a while since the board received an update from Measure BB. So we have a new bond program manager with us tonight, Mr. Rick Guadarrama.
Guadarrama.
So we want to share with the board an update of Measure BB, where we are, where we've been, and our goal to complete Measure BB projects. Just a preface is that it's challenging to carry out all the items that we want to do in the master plans because of inflation. And as you can see there, if Measure BB funding is not enough to do all the things that we want to do, let's just make it clear. So we have to be creative in terms of self-funding support. We have been going after federal grants. We will try to apply for state grants, and we also supplement the program with any local funds we have, whether it's capital facilities funds, whether it's funds that set aside specifically for facilities. We will utilize that. Our goal is to not have to reduce the scope of the Measure BB master plan that was approved by the board, and that we still able to do the projects that we need to do. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick.
Thank you, Tuan. Good evening, President Beach, Vice President Say, Clerk Nishii, board members, and Superintendent Zietlow. This presentation is really looking at an update that is looking at where we've been, where we are now, and where we are going to next. I think when we look at what we've accomplished in the past, I think it's important to look at the vision of the ABC bond program, which is embodied in the facility master plan and its evolution over time. So when we look at the master plan, we looked at the district really looked at mapping out a series of steps that really codified what the bond program would accomplish by putting it into subject categories for which we can then take a scope of work statement and then work through and ensure that we embody what those steps entailed from the facility master plan. So really the important components of that steps is to look at safety, technology, evolution, parity, and sustainability. And I think most importantly, that was then developed by the Board of Education into a series of priorities. And so the conceptual priorities that were identified by the Board of Education, looking at a numerical basis of 1 through 10, with the highest priority being 1, campus security, lunch shelter, playground surfacing, playground equipment. Drop-off lane is really looking at parking lots and how we can ensure the safety of parking lots for the drop-off of students. Campus technology, classroom finishes, and classroom furniture were all bundled together under item number 4, identified as A, B, and C. Restroom renovations, new and renovated science wings, renovation of NPRs, renovation of media centers, offices, and portable classrooms, once again in that priority listing of 1 through 10. What we've accomplished to date has been significant. So the completion of playgrounds at the elementary schools, we addressed health and safety items at all schools, looking at various fencing, as well as looking at cameras at all campuses. And we're still continuing to look at safety at all the campuses. So I think once we bring on the safety coordinator position, that will be an opportunity for the facilities and the bond program to really coordinate with that safety coordinator and look at what their perception of safety is and ensure that we incorporate that not only in the previous projects, but even in the upcoming projects especially. We have also completed the Whitney High School modernization, the Whitney High School Science Lab building, as well as the Artesia High School modernization, which included the classrooms and the media center, And for the board's information, we're looking at a Phase 2 gym HVAC project. That was postponed for this current summer due to the lack of gyms that are currently under modernization at both Cerritos High School and Gar High School. So that was a strategic decision to go ahead and move that to next summer. What we are doing under that particular project that went to DSA is we are currently installing the marquee at Artesia High School. So you'll notice that there is some work being done at the corner of Norwalk Boulevard and Del Amo, and the installation is actually ongoing currently. They're actually starting to dig footings for that marquee, so that will be up and running by the start of the school year. And where we are now currently is we're at Cerritos High School modernization. The media center is under construction and will be completed by mid-July. The new science classroom is under construction as well, and I'll talk about that further in the presentation. And the classroom modernizations are also just started on June 12th. Once again, further in the presentation, I'll present that particular schedule at Cerritos. Similarly, at GAR, we have the stadium project is completed. The media center project is also complete. We started the classroom modernizations at all classrooms at GAR High School, and I'll talk about some of that when we look at both GAR and Cerritos. So basically, if you recall, there was a emergency resolution to have relocation services for all of both GAR and Cerritos High School, as well as the other modernizations. Essentially, what that is we moved out all the furniture and all the equipment in all classrooms over beginning on June the 9th through June the 11th. So all classrooms have been moved out at the campuses. So essentially, it was a massive move of 150 classrooms at both sites. And currently, the contractor is starting work in each of those classrooms on that campus. The Theater Arts Building is also in progress as well, although that might be a little bit delayed due to having the classrooms being prepared for modernizations. The classrooms are the priority. Also, for the middle school modernizations, we started construction work at Carmenita, Ross, and Tetzloff. Now, one of the key components of those modernizations is we have what's called interim housing set up for each one of those school campuses. So they have a total of 6 temporary classrooms at each site. So the actual construction will be phased so that each classroom building will move into temporary housing and then move back in once that particular phase is complete. Those particular projects have a start date of June as well, with an anticipated end date of March. So we'll have that interim housing through that entire period through the end of March, with a projected completion for those modernizations by March as well. And where we are going in regards to the bond program, we have the remaining middle schools that are in the planning stage, and that's both Fetty and Haskell. And we also have elementary school modernizations in the beginning phase of planning at Bragg, Leal, Nixon, and Carver. And once again, planning phase indicates that the architect will now start on plans. They will take our conceptual priority list, and ensure that we go through those priorities 1 through 10, and ensure that we accomplish those goals as much as the budget will allow. But those are the priorities that we're proceeding with on the development of plans and specifications for those projects. The budget expenditure report for Measure BB, which was presented to the Citizens Oversight Committee. So these are the approved budgets on the left-hand column. These are the modernization budgets that have been developed through the facility master plan. And then when, some of the expenditures for those safety programs that we've implemented to date, the playground surfacing and structures, that is a part of the expenditures that have already been completed at the elementary schools. So we're looking at a remaining balance for the elementary sites of approximately $100 million. The far right column is the percentage spent. So this is what we spent to date against those original approved budgets. And so the remaining budgets will be the budgets that we allocate for the elementary schools. When we look at the middle schools, and I apologize, this doesn't have the committed funds for the bids that have been already approved by the Board of Education, but the remaining balance, the approved budgets is in the far left column of approved budgets, and the remaining balance of 31 does not include what we've committed to date, so there will be an adjustment to that remaining balance in upcoming fund expenditures. And then the high school budgets, the approved budgets for the high schools, 95 million. And once again, expenditures to date of 331 is 57,378,000. That includes Artesia, Whitney, as well as partial for Cerritos and Gar. Our remaining balance as of 331, which once again does not include the current encumbrances and commitments, is 38 million. So that will increase because of what we've expended to date for the month of May and June. Now, I wanted to particularly point out some of the factors that are affecting budget, and certainly inflation is one of those certain issues identified as an impact to our current budgets. This slide in particular, this is from a construction company that does estimates of inflation. Residency.com, construction analytics, talks about the inflation factors that are affecting construction in particular. In particular, construction is beyond even the CPI, and that has to do with material increases in price, supply chain issues. It has to do with the impact of labor, prevailing wage labor, and so this is a graph showing the cumulative annual increase of inflation that affects construction pricing. So in total, if you look at 2019 through 2023, construction budgets are affected by 30% as a factor in construction costs. That includes both material and labor. So when you look at what spending is versus real volume growth, really inflation only adds to the spending. It adds nothing to the volume of work. So essentially what you're looking at is job, and in addition to that, job growth is not keeping up with that volume. And so you see that in fact, because there hasn't been an increase in employment by a lot of the contractors, what you see is now that means contractors have to work longer hours to accomplish the increase in spending that's occurring in what we call non-residential buildings. So non-residential buildings include schools versus residential, and even non-building infrastructure, which is going to increase over time. Going back to that, some of the impact, so when you look at budgets for what we call hard costs and soft costs, hard costs are the actual construction costs, and soft costs are planning costs that have to do with architectural fees, construction management fees, permits with the DSA, and those others, what we call inspection costs are called soft costs. Generally, that percentage is 75-25 or 80% 20%. And what that does, it affects that original budget that we have for all of our projects. So within that original budget, you have to allocate hard and soft costs. So you're really reducing the construction value of that budget. And so that, when you look at how those budgets are affected, that's how they're affected. So we give you what was originally approved, and you have to calculate our hard cost, soft cost into that remaining budget that you would actually have for construction. So that has a large effect on what you have available for construction. We also have to comply with DSA. The Division of the State Architect has a number of requirements in their plans, especially in the three categories are fire, life safety, access compliance, and structural safety. And so what they do is they have to mandate certain components that are required to comply with those particular categories. For example, at Carmenita Middle School, we're under construction there, and what's occurred is they have to comply with ADA. So we're having to tear out concrete that normally you would think would be acceptable, but because it doesn't comply with ADA, we have to tear that concrete out and redo it to comply with access compliance. What DSA is also adding to this component is they have new regulations regarding an evaluation of the structural safety of school campuses. And so they're becoming stricter on the amount of money that you can actually spend towards construction, and anything that goes above that level has to comply with structural requirements. And they're starting to enforce this requirement in more detail for all upcoming projects. That particular evaluation basis occurred just over the past year, and so we're having to comply with those requirements by looking what we're being able to spend and to adhere to those regulations. And then when we look at declining enrollment, I think it would be important to look at how that affects our particular campuses and how we're spending those original facility master plan approved individual projects. All classrooms in all buildings except for the 200 building at Cerritos are under construction. The scheduled date for that is June 12th through August the 7th. The anticipated completion date for the new science classroom modular is October 31st. So this is an extension of that particular classroom building. The original contract was through August the 7th, I believe, but that's going to have to be extended. We ran across some issues with rain delays in regards to setting up the foundation for that particular modular building, and so that is being delayed through that October 31st deadline. In addition, one of the major issues that I wanted to bring to the board was part of this particular scope of work for this project was the installation of a new switchgear for the campus. And I think, so what's occurred is there's been a supply chain issue on this particular switchgear and the breaker associated with it. And so this delay, we're actually discussing this with the general contractor. This delay will affect the final completion date for the Cerritos High School project. We haven't received final confirmation from the contractor. We've asked that particular contractor to verify that particular supply chain issue. It's a supply chain issue that occurred back east, and it's the switchgear is actually something that's manufactured in Canada, and so some of the supply chain issue may impact the final completion date for the Cerritos High School modernization. So to that end, I've already initiated conversations with our legal counsel to ensure that we develop how this extension of time is developed with the contractor and how we deal with damages to the district by this delayed completion date to 2024. And so that discussion is ongoing. We anticipate having a final decision or essentially declaration by the contractor that they can't make this date, and we should receive that by the end of this week. So we also need to begin discussions with the school site and how that 2024 date will impact the next school year. That work is separate from any additional work, but it would mean certain issues may not be complete, but that work would occur over June 2024 to July 2024. So it's a matter of shifting this particular scope of work to that later period of time. At Gar High School, once again, all classrooms are under construction. We conducted that large move out of the entirety of the campus, and so that work is occurring currently. The science labs have been delayed also, but we've set up interim housing. This actually was done by the contractor at Gar, and so there's 6 classrooms that the science classrooms will move into at the beginning of the school year, and then the completion of the labs will occur concurrently and will be completed by October 31st as well. And so the next steps for Measure B are really to analyze current project budgets and scope for all upcoming middle school and elementary school modernizations. And that goes back to those factors I talked about, those external and internal factors, looking at inflation, the impact of inflation, the cash flow over time, and we want to look at that cash flow projection for all future modernizations. I believe the final issuance was to occur in 2028. So we want to look at opportunities to see what we can accomplish with that particular schedule. We also want to analyze and determine school capacities And once again, we want to look at some of those capacities where they're currently at and see how we can target our modernization dollars for where those capacities are and what their current classroom loads are. We need to analyze and determine adult school modernization schedule and planning. We also need to analyze and determine the Tracy High School modernization schedule and planning. And once again, it goes back to those external factors regarding inflation and impact from DSA to update our cash flow projections and our bond issuance schedules. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for your report. At this time, I think the board should consider an extension of the meeting. We still have board reports and public comment. Does anybody want to make a motion?
So moved, half an hour.
Okay, 30 minutes. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. Meeting will go till 11. Any questions from the board?
Well, public comment or no?
Just comments about the presentation. Clerk Nishii.
So 2 quick questions. I noticed that Kennedy had an expenditure of 385. Is that because they already had facilities? Or why is it the lowest? And I'm not saying it's, I just have a question. It's not the smallest school, I know that.
Yeah, I would think it has had some work to it. I've visited the site previously. I was managing the solar program, and I did visit that site. I think it's because of the size of the site, my guess. I don't know what occurred. I'd have to go back and look at that
Tuan,
particular allocation.
Would you know why this expenditure at Kennedy is the smallest? I'm sure there's a logical reason, I just don't know.
Right. So when we look at all the health and safety items at the school, we consider the needs and what we need to spend because we haven't begun, as you know, modernizing elementary school yet. So this is just all the health and safeties like cameras, like fences, and some, other health and safety related items at that school.
So maybe Kennedy had the least amount of health and safety issues?
Correct, as
Or-
of right now, right? Not to
Okay.
say that they may not have additional needs, but yes,
Right, and the total budget is
Correct.
perfectly fine. I'm just looking at the initial expenditures kind of
correct.
half that of the other schools. So
So I also want to point out the item where it say current year expenditures, and if you see all the negatives there on that page,
Yeah.
it's mean that we receiving grants money, so we offset reducing the cost of the program. So when you get like E-rates fundings or federal grants, it's actually help with the program, and it's decreasing the cost because now it's being paid for by another funding sources. So we are actively seeking that, so it could be part of that they might get additional grants that, other sites do not. But the grants offset or reduce their expenditures.
Okay, because I know like all the schools got their playgrounds done, so maybe theirs is the cheapest cost for theirs?
It could be. It could be that
All right.
we just happened to update the PA system that we didn't need to do that, or
Okay.
so there's different reasons.
So I'd like a little bit of detail on that.
Yeah, sure,
someday.
definitely.
And then the modular science building, did we consult with the science teachers related to that specific modular science building in terms of the design and things like that? Yes, because that's the one under construction.
Correct. So the planning phase, we actively or thoroughly involve the site staff. So from the principals to an administrator at the principal point as a liaison from, and then of course all teachers, especially the teachers that involved in that department. So they are involved with the designing process. That's the process we use. We do involve site staff.
So does the science building, is that a more robust electricity system, or what is it to be a science building?
You want to answer that, Rick?
Yes, it does include more robust, you have fume hoods, you have other equipment that would take more of electrical load. You also have more plumbing, you have acid waste for the experiments, so you have to contain that. It has more site equipment, a neutralization tank. All of those are standard equipment that you would have in a science lab. It also includes fume hoods, so there's more equipment that's built in. I think it has to do more with the utilities.
So it's the interior, and it's not so much the structural, so that's why a modular building was selected as the
Yes.
construction
And,
methodology.
and actually, the construction of a modular is pretty substantial. I didn't have pictures, but it includes embed.
I know.
Rebar, so it's pretty substantial.
It's not just a box.
Yeah, it's a box that sits on top of a pretty stout foundation.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice President Say.
I want to thank you, the staff, because I remember after BB approved it, the board agreed to focus on the high school first. That's why the percentage is spent on the high school is almost like some school 84, some school 90-something% there. I want to appreciate. And because the board at that time did mention about, because we don't know, we'll merge the school, which one, will middle school or elementary school. That's why I want to remind my colleague here, the percentage of spend on elementary school and middle school are much less than compared to the high school, because I'll focus on the high school. My question's about on the committee, the school facility. I know the meeting will be on July, right?
August.
Is August 1st?
The COC meets
The school
quarterly.
facility will be on July 19th.
Yeah.
In the declining enrollment.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I thought you meant the
No, I'm
Citizen
sorry.
Oversight Committee.
Not
Yes.
Oversight City. Yeah.
The school, it's not school declining. The declining
Declining
enrollment
enrollment.
facilities capacity committee they meet monthly, and the next meeting is July 18, I want to
So
say.
they
right?
they already met already,
They have met 2 times.
2 times already. Okay,
Correct.
twice already.
May
So
and June.
do we get a report, or we still don't have a good report yet? Because that does affect to
yeah.
our money spend on.
So the chair and the committee is thoroughly involved with
Uh-huh.
this, and we have presented the master plan to them, so they will see that. So they are aware of it, and they're aware of this process, and to make sure that there's coordination there. In terms of update to the board, I can ask the chair to come and provide the board with an update.
I'll be really appreciative, because I think we
Yeah.
need to really speed up that committee meeting, and we need to get the data, we need to get to see what is the solution that we can do. Because our declining, really, the numbers really keep dropping years by years.
They plan to have a recommendation to the board by May of 2024,
May
if not sooner.
2024, but our plan in here is like 2023. Is that gonna be affect? Because next steps, I mean, I'm looking at the future things. Welcome, by the way, welcome to our
So-
ABC Unified School District here.
Any schools that may be impacted by that by the decision by the board, we have considered that. So right now, we start with the high schools, and then we're moving into the middle
Appreciate,
schools, and then the elementary schools. So I think the timing will work out.
Versus the science building is, I know Artesia and Whitney High School, I visit both of them already, and it did a lot of work on Artesia High, even the classroom, the what you call the locker things, it makes a lot of beautiful, especially the media room, like a college level, what we provided to the students. So the science building to one school to another school, are they all the same? Like you mentioned about material, because I remember Whitney High School, when my kids was attending there, it was terrible, those instruments were so far behind, And now, I believe if we bought a new equipment, this is all school science building will be the same, right?
Yes.
I mean, the material wise.
Yeah, so each science classroom has a standard curriculum with the standard fume hoods. It all has that additional changes to the plumbing, the gas lines, electrical upgrades. So each of the science classrooms will have that upgrade, similar to what's been done at Artesia and Whitney.
Thank you.
Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I know when we started this process, we were to me, it seemed equitable, right? We picked one school from the north side, one school from the south side, and it seemed like we were doing both ends of the district. But I'm noticing that that's not the case with our middle school, and it's definitely not the case with our elementary schools. I don't see any schools in Lakewood in the planning stages or Hawaiian Gardens. So can you tell me about who made this decision and why?
So usually, we work together with the architect to design, right? Follow the guidance from the board or direction from the board. Basically, we start with the high school, and then we move on to the middle school. Eventually, all middle school get done. It's within a year apart. Now, elementary school, because there's so many of them, the timeline would be longer. For example, this year, the middle school go first, the 3 of them, but next year, the last 2 will go. So it just a matter for the middle school, just 1 year apart. In terms of elementary, we plan on what we think is best in terms of coordination with the architects and with the planning and design. But if the board have preference, or if you want input or directions on that order, we can entertain that. The issue is like the vice president has said, all right, we want to coordinate it with the other committee, the declining enrollment committee, to ensure that there's no duplication of effort. That we don't know what the committee will recommend. We don't know what the board action will be, but we want to make sure that there's a logical sense in what we're trying to do, that we won't be modernizing schools that may potentially,
And if I may, we've seen a demographic study, right? And we know that the numbers are there in Hawaiian Gardens. We know that the numbers are definitely there in Lakewood. So I don't know that that would be an argument to think that, potentially we're going to consolidate schools in both of those cities. All of these schools are in Cerritos. And again, I would like us to absolutely consider doing a school outside of Cerritos. I mean, ideally 2 and 2.
Any other board comments? Okay, Mr. Guadarrama, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, board member reports. Dr. Yenyo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to wish all the fathers in our district a happy belated Father's Day. I hope you all enjoyed your time with your families. Again, I hope all our students and staff have a relaxing summer break. And I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful and safe 4th of July holiday. See you all next year, and may God bless you and keep you well. Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Vice President Say.
Well, it was a busy month, attending 11 graduation and promotion of our ABC school district. I was attending the Chinese school graduation, and yesterday I went to Whitney High School, their PTA celebration for the graduate students. One of the students, his name is Maxine Peng, actually is on the newspaper. He, how much scholarship he got? $80,000. $80,000. He accepted at Harvard University. Max, I have been working with him for his scholarship, and he's really wonderful student, really smart. I realize our school district students are such brilliant, a lot of them, so smart, and they know what they're doing. But again, thanks for the teacher. When Max applied the scholarship, the teacher really helps in writing the recommendation letter, and I also work with them too. So the outcome is Max got the $80,000. And I remember one time at Gar High School, when the student, I think it's considered homeless, and Dr. Weiss was working with that student, he got about $100,000 for the scholarship. I want to thanks to the teacher. I also want to say thank you, all you help, all you work with the student. I also want to say to all the students, parents, staff, uni member, administrative staff, I want you to have a safe summer vacation. And I have a 2.5 month off too.
Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I went to a lot of graduations. I'd like to thank the city of Artesia, Mayor Manalo, for going to Kennedy graduation and did a really great speech. She did a good job, and the city of Artesia is doing a good job of supporting our kids. I went to something with Scott Smith, where they're helping kids get jobs that have challenges in their lives, and so the city's really helping. They don't have a ton of resources, but they do have a lot of spirit, so I think that should be recognized. And for those students who are wondering what the heck to do with their summer time, you've got 2.5 months to do stuff. There is a scholarship out there. It's if you look up tunacanyon.org, you'll find that there's $1,500 for the student who can write the best essay, art, or video, how they can make a difference in the world, how they can prevent injustice, how they are actors and not just witnesses to the acts that happen in this world. And so I hope that our future leaders, our students, use their summers productively, write these essays, arts, and things, and go to www.tunacanyon.org. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
I pretty much gave a report last time where I thanked the teachers and congratulated the 2023 class. So today I want to just focus on putting a call out there. As it was evident today, I think representation matters more than ever. We went to by area elections because we saw a need of or lack of representation in one area of the district. We have a board opening from Hawaiian Gardens. I ask that members of the public or community that are interested in serving as a board member do so with that intent to truly represent the city of Hawaiian Gardens, to represent its students, to represent its families. I grew up in there. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens, and so I know firsthand the issues, and so I'm able to advocate. Right now, I'm a representative for the area of Lakewood, but again, there's a desperate need for adequate representation from that area, and so please, I know applications are due Friday. Fill out an application. I know there's going to be an interview process. I don't know that we had a timeline yet, but regardless, we need representation. Thank you.
Board Member Suyu.
Thank you, President Beach. Congratulations to Ferry Middle School. Attended the graduation, and I was very impressed that all the city council members were there from Hawaiian Gardens, so that was pretty impressive. And have a happy summer, everybody. We're on break, especially our cabinet members and our, teachers and staff. Enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Sue. Announcements. Next regular board meeting, Tuesday, August 1, 2023, 7 p.m. here in the district boardroom. Committee meetings, school facilities, capacities and declining enrollment ad hoc committee, Wednesday, July 19 at 6 p.m. here. Second public comment, Clerk Nishii.
Yes, we have two. Start with number 1, Sergio Morales. Followed by Francisco Noyola. So if you could stand in line.
Hi, thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak again. I want to say thank you very much for everything. Like I said, I don't know if you guys remember me, but I came in the past, unfortunately, to speak, about Cerritos High School. I see that there's a new superintendent, and now, even though my daughter is no longer attending there, I still do want something done at that school, because I want to speak for the ones that are going to keep on going there. We're no longer there anymore, like I said, but still, due to social media, I still hear things, I see things, unfortunately, because of social media. But I see it's just getting worse. Students jumping other students. And actually, to be honest, it's the reason that I know that happened is because, and that's funny because, I don't even work there. But, the principal is the one that should know. But because, these kids are feeling that they have to discipline other students because the administration is not doing anything about it, that's ridiculous. Like I said, I just don't think that you guys should let Principal Walker stay there. I think it's unfair to the students. I know that some of them liked them, but to be honest, like I said, that's only 1% that showed up, if you do the math. On another note, my little girl is doing better, way better, now that she has moved to another place that's a little bit more, how can I say, diverse for her. But she's strong, and I know that she's gonna be okay. The other day she said something to me, because she could see that it eats at me that they got away with what they did to my little girl. And she looked at me and she says to me something about because I felt like they made her feel bad there. And she said to me, Dad, she said, no one can make you feel, what was it? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank here. I got it right here. But she says to me, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. And I was like, wow, where'd you get that from? She's like, it's from Eleanor Roosevelt. She said, I read it once in a book. And it just stuck with me. And I was like, wow. Like I said, she's a smart kid. My kids, they know that the only job they have is school. You know, and I really, really, truly implore you to do something about this. There is an issue at Cerritos. If there wasn't, you wouldn't have done any. You wouldn't have tried to do something. So I'm pretty sure you guys have heard things. So please, next year, not for my kid, but for those other kids, do something for them. You know, I used to think about Whitney. You know, my daughter, my youngest daughter, my baby, she got accepted there. And instead of being like, I hesitated because of what happened to my other little girl. When I should have just been like, oh yeah, girl, you're going to there. You're going to Whitney. But now I'm scared. I'm scared that something like what happened to her at Cerritos High School could happen to her over there. I don't know anybody at Whitney. Well, I know some students that go there because I have friends. But like I said, this has had a big impact in our family. And like I said, I love this district. I really do. Because of this district, my son's an engineer. He just graduated. He's a, what's it called? Mechatronics engineer, which I was like, when he first told me, I was like, what are you going to make transformers? You know? But yeah, it has something to do with robotics. And now he is, and I thank this district for that. I really do. All my kids have gone here.
Thank you.
But I don't want, thank you. I appreciate it, and like I said, think about it this summer. Do something, please. Thank you.
Good evening, School Board, President Beach, Superintendent Zietlow, staff, and everyone else in attendance. My name is Francisco Noyola. I'm one of the applicants for the Trustee Area 7 representing Hawaiian Gardens and Long Beach. I just wanted to come here to introduce myself and share a little bit about myself and why I decided to, submit my application. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens, so I grew up in that neighborhood and in that environment. A lot of my family went to ABC School District. I went to Gar High School, actually, when Ms. Zietlow, Dr. Zietlow, was the principal. So I'm not sure if she remembers me, but it was her leadership and her dedication to all the kids that gave me that amazing experience in high school. I was on the wrestling team. I was the captain, and with her guidance and her leadership, I was able to do exceptionally well in school. I was able to attend college and do well in college and be a leader in my community. After graduating from Gar High School, I attended Cerritos College, where I earned my associates and transferred to Cal State Long Beach, while also continuing wrestling. I was on the team that won the 2015 Wrestling State Championship, and we're very proud of that. We're a Falcon for life. After that, I continued my education at Cal State Long Beach, where I continued studying psychology. At the same time working for the City of Hawaiian Gardens Recreation Department. Working for the Recreation Department, I worked closely with the youth and the teens of Hawaiian Gardens, and I've seen the struggles that they need, so I understand that completely, and I hope to be representing and being an advocate for them as a school board member. After that, I returned to Cerritos College and to pursue more education. I entered into their paralegal program, and I worked as a paralegal for 3 years until I found the opportunity to work, which I'm in now, as a community health worker for the Department of Public Health, the Office of Violence Prevention. In my current role, I work in the community, specifically with the youth, working with community partners, trying to network and leverage resources to help break down those barriers. I work with all of our school principals, Principal Lozano, Principal Gutierrez, Principal Macias, and Principal Sergio. And what we try to do is try to break down those barriers that exist in Hawaiian Gardens that may not exist in other areas in ABC. And we try to partner with different county resources. And on the other side of our work, we work on preventative measures and intervention measures to help reintegrate justice-involved individuals into our community. So we do that through partnerships with law enforcement, our public safety department, and city council members. Like you guys mentioned, our city council is very involved, and I greatly appreciate the partnerships we have, especially with Councilmember DePaula, who's been an advocate for our work since the beginning of the Trauma Prevention Initiative in Hawaiian Gardens. I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little hesitant to submit my application because I know the big shoes that Dr. Apodaca is leaving behind. He was an advocate in our community. He was there at every school advocating for the kids. Here on the school board, he showed that passion and dedication to our community. And I knew that this role at ABC Unified, the ABC Unified doesn't compete with other school boards. Even in our area or even at the state, we compete nationally. We are renowned. We have the highest standards. We set the goals and the standards for our staff, our school boards, and our students, and we hit them every year. We have exceptional students in all our district, all around our district. So it was a little daunting to submit my application, but I believe I know my community well. I know the challenges they face, and I've been working towards something, and I believe this is that something. So I thank you for your time. I hope you guys consider me for a school board member. I hope to see you guys in the future and hopefully work with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further public comments.
Okay, thank you. Before we adjourn, Vice President Say has a presentation.
Yeah, I just want to say to Tuan, we really appreciate the past 2 years you have to work with us. So we got a little present for you. Don't worry, you don't need a report. It's under $35. So this actually is the one for your office. It says, life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. So this is for you, Tuan, and the stand for you. From our board, we want to thank you so much for your hard working, okay?
You have to dance it back.
You have to dance now.
A jig, an Irish jig.
Well, one move, Tuan, one move. One little shuffle, something. Give us something.
Yeah, give us something, dance. Thank you,
All right.
President.
Okay, adjournment on a serious note. May I have a motion to adjourn in the memory of former ABC Unified employee Anna Marty? Anna began her career as a noon duty substitute in 1999. She was hired as a clerical assistant in the Child Welfare and Attendance Department in 2003. She was promoted to Secretary 2 in the Transportation Department in 2006, and she was promoted to Secretary 3 at Tracy High School in 2007. Anna Marty finished her career and retired in November 2022. I have a motion, please. So moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned.
Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company. And of all the harm that e'er I've done, all price